They say some thrones are forged in iron, others carved from bone, but the throne of France in the early 14th century gleamed like sapphire in the half-light of cathedral dawns, a sacred relic touched by God's own hand. Or so they claimed. Yet sapphire cracks under pressure, and what once gleamed like heaven's promise began to whisper like a grave. The Capetian line, long thought unbreakable, began to bleed in silence, not with swords or rebellion, but with stillborn heirs, barren queens, and kings who died with secrets crusted behind their eyes. It began with a death and ended with a silence. In 1316, King Louis X, known to some as the Quarreler, collapsed without warning. His breath stopped in the chill of early June, though his limbs bore no wounds. Poison, some said. Others muttered divine judgment for the execution of a pregnant woman merely suspected of adultery. His kingdom froze. The sapphire crown sat unattended in the cathedral sacristy, untouched and watching. Louis had left behind a widow, Queen Clementia of Hungary, heavy with child. The court held its breath. If the unborn child were male, the Capetian bloodline, 8 generations unbroken, would continue. If not, the shadow would lengthen. When the baby came, he was crowned before he could walk. They named him Jean, King John I of France, a newborn monarch swaddled in ermine and incantations. Bells rang across Paris. For 5 days, France rested its destiny on a pair of unblinking infant eyes. Then, without warning, the infant died. They said he was cursed from the womb, that the child never cried, never fed, only stared towards some unseen light until his breath ceased. The bells rang again, this time in mourning. His tiny crown, too small for any head, was locked away. Some said it wept at night, and thus the first wound opened. The next to wear the sapphire was Philip V, Louis's brother, tall, calculating, and crowned beneath a sky grey with ash. He had daughters, yes, but no sons. The old laws whispered uneasily through the halls, no woman may inherit the throne of France. And so Philip's daughters were passed over, like mist drifting through royal portraits, never quite touching permanence. Philip ruled for a brief, anxious reign. His court shifted in shadows. Advisors aged quickly. His queen withered with worry, producing no more heirs. Then he too succumbed to death without explanation, collapsing during a royal procession. The third to hold the line was Charles IV, last of the brothers, last of the Capetians. Charles's reign was bathed in strange silence. He walked with a stiffness, as though each step echoed with ancestral judgment. His court grew quiet. No children came. His queen, Jeanne d'Evreux, was said to cry alone in candlelit rooms, surrounded by saints and relics, begging for a miracle. It never came. Charles died in 1328. They said he died peacefully, but the priest who anointed him whispered afterward that the king's eyes had rolled back in his head before the last rites, and he heard something whispered from his lips, something not Latin, something not meant for this world. With his death, the Capetian line fractured like glass. No sons, no heirs, only daughters cloaked in velvet disappointment. And so the crown passed sideways, away from the direct line, to a cousin, Philip of Valois. The house of Valois rose not with glory, but with the shiver of unease. The sapphire had chosen no heir. The throne now wore a name not born of its blood. The people whispered. In taverns, in monasteries, in the marketplaces of Paris, a question clung like fog. Had the Capetians been punished? Some remembered the Templars, those knights betrayed by Louis's predecessors, burned at the stake under moonless skies. On the pyre, Grand Master Jacques de Molay had called down a curse upon the royal blood. "Before the year ends, you shall join me in judgment," he had shouted through flame, and they had. Others recalled the Tour de Nesle affair, when Louis's sisters-in-law were caught in adultery, imprisoned in silent towers, their lovers flayed or hanged. It was a scandal that soaked the court in shame and sorrow. One queen, Queen Marguerite, died in confinement, some said strangled, some said by her own hand. Either way, the wombs of the royal line were sealed that day, not by man, but by a deeper wrath. In the cathedral archives, a monk scribbled a note between the pages of a forgotten psalter. "The line has bled itself empty, the sapphire no longer glows, and so the throne passed to new hands. The Valois line would rise, but never without struggle. The 100 Years' War would erupt in the wake of the Capetian fall. England would claim the throne, France would burn and recover and burn again. Jeanne d'Arc would rise and fall like a divine spark, but always, behind it all, loomed the question: what sin had shattered the Capetian crown? Was it ambition, pride, a divine plan unwound by human folly? Or was it something quieter, a forgotten pact, a breach of some unspoken vow between king and kingdom? Today, the bones of those kings rest beneath the stone vaults of Saint-Denis. Their tombs are carved in likeness, pale effigies lying in silence. But the air is cold there, unfinished, as if the stones themselves hesitate to speak of the line that once ruled with certainty, only to vanish like breath on stained glass. They say if you press your ear to the old throne, the one they hid deep within the vaults of the Louvre, you'll hear something. Not the echo of battle, not the laughter of courts, but a child's breath, shallow, fading, like a ghost crowned too soon. In the end, the Capetians did not fall in fire or rebellion. They did not crumble under war or conquest. They were unmade by silence, by stillbirths and barren halls, by a mystery so delicate it slipped through parchment and blood alike. And the sapphire crown, they say, still waits, locked in a vault, watched by no one, cold to the touch, no longer gleaming, but still, listening. They say her eyes were never carved shut. Of all the effigies that line the cathedrals of France, queens with stone prayers pressed to cold lips, kings draped in eternal robes, knights clutched to their swords, only Jeanne of Navarre lies staring, open, unblinking. Even as centuries gathered moss upon her marble lids, even as her tomb drank the mildew of damp chapels and forgotten hymns, her gaze endured. She watches still. The year was 1305, and France was a land stitched in secrets, lit by torches, cloaked in whispers. Beneath the flickering flame of Gothic arches, the Capetian court bloomed like a poisoned rose, radiant and rotting. At its center stood Queen Jeanne, a woman born of mountainous Navarre, whose breath once carried the scent of pine and pyres. Her name was once sung in Basque lullabies, wrapped in the milk of hills and snowmelt. But here, in Paris, her presence drew colder winds. Her blood was not ordinary. It bore the weight of forbidden kin, Templar whisperers, heretics burned in towns no longer on maps. Her father's name was murmured in the same breath as the Inquisition's wrath. Her mother's lullabies were songs the church later declared unfit for human ears. Jeanne carried it all, and she smiled through veils of lace and silk, her fingers always gloved, her wine always stirred 3 times clockwise before drinking. They say it was love once. King Philip IV, called Philip the Fair, was said to be drawn to Jeanne's eyes. Not for their beauty, they were sharp, cutting as obsidian, but for their stillness. She unnerved him, and he called it enchantment. On the day of their wedding, a black dove circled the chapel's bell tower. It never landed. No one saw it leave. That night, Philip could not sleep, plagued by a dream in which Jeanne stood above him, her hair floating as if submerged, her mouth moving but silent. When he woke, she was beside him, humming. She bore him 3 sons. All would become kings. All would die strangely. Louis, the eldest, ruled briefly, then succumbed to fever after a solitary hunting trip in a forest known for burial mounds. Philip V lasted longer, but only just. His final days were marked by night terrors. He screamed of hounds gnawing at his feet. Charles IV died childless, his bloodline ending like a candle snuffed in wind. With each son's death, a bishop would cross himself thrice, and with each burial, Jeanne's name re-emerged like smoke from smoldering ash. Long after her death, priests whispered that the Capetian line had been hexed, that the Queen of Navarre had drawn sigils beneath the royal bed with lamb's blood and salt, that the crown's underside, where only monarchs could touch, was etched with characters older than Latin, older than God. One servant claimed to have seen Jeanne beneath the palace chapel, placing bones into urns and weeping as if baptizing them. He was later found in the Seine, his throat stuffed with rosemary. But what of the king? Philip IV died suddenly in 1314, after a hunting trip that ended with his horse collapsing, unprovoked, and pinning him beneath its weight. Witnesses said Jeanne appeared before him as he lay dying, though she had been in a tomb nearly a decade. Her gown was soaked at the hem, and her hands, they said, dripped red. He reached for her. She did not move. There is a letter, preserved in a monastery in Tours, unsigned, penned in hurried Latin. It speaks of a blood oath, of a queen who bargained with shadowed forces in exchange for power beyond the crown. The ink trembles. The letter ends with one line. She keeps watch, even now. The people of Navarre mourned Jeanne, but in France, her memory decayed like fruit left in sun. Plays were written about her. Wicked dramas performed by candlelight, where she dances with demons and drinks from chalices carved of bone. The church tried to expunge these tales, but they multiplied like rats. No portrait of her remains untouched. Each carries some quiet deformity, an elongated finger, an extra pupil, a mouth slightly too wide. And yet, her tomb remains intact. In the Basilica of Saint-Denis, beneath vaulted stone and trembling organ notes, her effigy lies in wait. No ivy grows near her, no pigeons settle above. Her hands are folded in mock humility, but her eyes, those eyes, are carved open, wide and unrepentant. The sculptor's name has been lost, and no similar work exists from the era. Pilgrims used to visit her, pressing fingers to her marble cheek, whispering their own small curses. They say the stone is always cold, even in summer. In 1793, when revolutionaries desecrated royal tombs and cast bones to mass graves, Jeanne's effigy was untouched. The guard assigned to destroy her disappeared. Days later, his body was discovered outside the city, teeth shattered, eyes missing. The local papers blamed wolves, but no wolves had been seen near Paris in decades. The French line broke after her. No true Capetian ruled again. 100 years of war followed. Some claimed it was merely the swell of time, the tide of dynasties. But others, quieter, more devout, whispered another truth: that Jeanne had sealed France's fate with a vow of vengeance, that her blood oath was not against a man, but a crown. That betrayal had once cost her dearly, and she had answered not with weeping, but with ritual. We will never know the shape of her grief, whether it took the form of a silent scream beneath cathedral domes or a quiet, endless vigil among tombs. But her legacy remains like a bruise on the ribcage of France, tender, hidden, and undeniable. History may forget her breath, her voice, her step, but her eyes endure. When wind moves through Saint Denis at night, monks report a whisper. It comes not from the altar, nor from scripture echoing in old stone, but from the tomb itself. A soft, feminine voice, speaking a name no longer known. And in the cold of that chapel, beneath the bones of kings and queens, Jeanne of Navarre lies still, watching. Beneath a low and haunted moon, the hills of medieval Hungary shivered in their silence. The wind passed like a ghost over the steeples of forsaken churches, tugging at the moss-draped stones of crypts long cracked open by sorrow. There, buried beneath a veiled sky, was a kingdom swollen with holy crowns and hollowed by curses. The bells had stopped ringing long ago, and the children of the Anjou line, born of golden blood and cloaked in velvet prophecy, vanished one by one into grief, madness, or the grave. No one speaks their names without lighting a candle, and even the flame, they say, flickers with dread. It was in the 14th century that King Louis I of Hungary, called Louis the Great, in days still clinging to hope, reigned like a sun over darkened lands. His scepter stretched from the forests of Transylvania to the cold stones of Dalmatia, from the Polish hills to the winding Danube. Yet his empire, forged in conquest and prayer, was brittle as frost beneath dawn's footfall. Beneath his gilded armor, Louis carried a relic unearthed on a campaign deep in pagan lands, a blade crusted with age and carved with sigils long erased by the church. It had lain in a tomb untouched by light for centuries. His priests begged him to return it. But Louis, who believed himself chosen by God, would not heed the tremble in their voices. They say he slept with the sword beside his bed. No son lived to wear his crown. Instead, 3 daughters inherited his shadow: Mary, Jadwiga, and Hedwig. 3 pearls dropped into a well, each swallowed by a different darkness. When Louis died, the court wept not only for their king, but for the smoke that curled above the Anjou name, smoke that would never lift. Mary, his eldest, became Queen of Hungary, a kingdom that would not kneel to a girl. Nobles plotted. Papal whispers traveled like poison in a goblet. One winter evening, as the snows choked the roadways and cloaked the fields in death white, Mary was taken. They dragged her to the castle walls, and in the hush of twilight, she was strangled with the bishop's own sash. Her breath left her like a prayer unanswered. Her mother, Queen Elizabeth, who ruled as regent, was forced to watch, and was herself soon murdered by those same hands, her blood staining the sleeves of her daughter's throne. Jadwiga, younger and crowned King of Poland, a strange and symbolic title meant to preserve the sovereignty of the realm, was no stranger to burden. They married her to Jogaila, the Lithuanian prince baptized in exchange for power. She wore her crown like a weight, her youth evaporated in cold treaties and bitter ink. Her people adored her, yet she was never at peace. She died giving birth to a child who did not breathe. Her last moments were said to be filled with silence, not screams. A silence so total, the candlelight in her chamber refused to flicker. The bells told her death in low, mournful notes that made wolves halt mid-howl. The last, Hedwig of Anjou, disappeared from history, not in flame but in fog. No chronicler recorded her final hour. Some say she entered a convent, her hands raw from prayer. Others whispered she was buried alive by enemies seeking to erase her line. A few believe she simply wandered into the woods one day, wrapped in a white shawl, and never returned. All that remains is a small ring in a museum, its inscription worn blank by time. But the crown, the true shattered crown, still rests in the cathedral vault of Sapphire, cracked and blackened, its jewels missing. It is said to hum softly on moonless nights. The priests who guard it never sleep well. One went mad, carving prayers into the stone walls of his cell until his fingers bled. He wrote the same line again and again. The bloodline failed because it stole the breath of the old gods. For those who lived then, the curse had many fathers. Some spoke of the ancient sword buried with Louis, now lost to war, grave robbers, or the earth itself. They said it came from a pagan altar, once used to slit the throats of horses and kings alike, and that by carrying it, Louis chained his lineage to a vengeance that would not end with death. Others blamed the crusades he led, where Christian blood mixed with heathen on the fields of Bulgaria. The king returned with more treasure than could be counted, but also with a haunted gaze that never softened. It was after those wars that the royal chapels began to smell faintly of iron, even when no candles burned. The Anjou crest itself began to fade in tapestries. First, the gold thread tarnished, then the lilies turned grey. Finally, the coat of arms was woven with a subtle error, a missing star, a wrong shade. Some said it was merely a seamstress's mistake. Others swore the symbols refused to be copied, as though ashamed. In time, the bloodline dissolved. The branches of the Anjou tree withered and snapped. Foreign kings took the throne. The relics of the dynasty, robes, rings, letters written in violet ink, were locked away or lost in fires that no one could explain. The sword, if it ever existed, has never been seen again. But the ruins remain. The silence in the chapels deepens. The wind around Louis' tomb still circles, never resting, like something unfinished. There is a stone in the royal crypt, engraved with a Latin phrase no scholar has yet fully translated. It contains the word coronam, crown, and fracta, broken. But the last word, etched with frantic slashes, defies all grammar. It seems not written, but carved in panic. Some believe it means hollow, others never born. A few say it is not Latin at all. At night, in the abandoned corridors of Buda Castle, where Anjou tapestries once swayed above banquets, now forgotten, there are echoes, soft footsteps where no guards patrol, doors creaking with a voice too deliberate for wind. One historian, who spent a night alone in the royal library beneath a full moon, claimed he heard a girl crying through the walls. But when he followed the sound, he found only a mirror, and in its glass, the outline of a woman's hand pressed from within. The Anjou line ruled by blood, prayer, and a belief that their destiny was divine. But perhaps no dynasty can claim heaven without inviting something older to awaken. Perhaps, in digging too deep into sacred tombs and donning relics never meant for mortal flesh, they opened a door. And when kings open doors, they rarely know what follows them through. So the story fades, as the curse intended. A lineage of queens devoured by crown and silence. A king entombed beside a relic no priest will name. A people who remember only fragments, strangulation, stillbirth, disappearance, and a crown cracked but untouched, humming softly in the dark. May it never be worn again. They called him El Hechizado, the bewitched, but there was no spell more damning than the one written into his blood. In the winter halls of El Escorial, where cold stone whispered beneath candlelight, and saints wept silently in frescoes overhead. A child was born, not of joy but of dread. His cry, if it could be called such, came not with the strength of life, but with the hushed rattle of a lineage folding in on itself. His name was Charles, his face that of a broken cherub, his tongue too large to form words, his jaw so misshapen he could barely chew the bread of communion. And yet, into this frail husk was poured the crown of half the known world: Spain, Naples, Sicily, the Low Countries, all beneath the trembling hand of one boy, descended from emperors who had loved their cousins too well. The Habsburgs had built their empire on blood, and then refused to share it. For generations, they married their own, nieces to uncles, cousins to brothers, looping and twisting the strands of inheritance until the family tree was not a tree at all, but a noose. Each union celebrated as a triumph of dynastic purity, each child born stranger than the last. But Charles was the reckoning. He was not merely ill, he was an echo of a curse long ignored. His body shook with seizures. He suffered fevers without cause. His speech, when it came, was garbled. His thoughts flickered like candle flames caught in a draught. They said he could not walk alone until he was 8. They said he remained a child into manhood. They said many things, and always behind locked doors. His mother ruled in his name long past his youth. His court, a shadow play of priests and whisperers, each more frightened than the last. For strange things happened in the palace. Footsteps echoed at night when no one walked. The king screamed in his sleep. Mirrors were turned to the wall, for Charles claimed to see not his own reflection, but snarling beasts, demons who leered and laughed. And so came the exorcists. They came with relics and incense, chanting rites that filled the stone halls with echoes older than Christendom. Every dawn, a new ritual. Every dusk, another purging of spirits that would not leave. They burned his bedsheets. They drowned his rooms in holy water. They offered the blood of lambs on altars carved from royal marble. But the shadows only deepened. In council chambers, Charles drooled onto documents of state. He signed treaties with hands that trembled so violently the ink resembled spilled wine. Diplomats watched in horrified silence. Ministers wept behind embroidered sleeves. No air, no strength, only a dying lineage in a failing body. And yet he ruled, or was made to rule, as puppet, as prisoner. At his coronation, the crown had to be gently lowered onto his swollen skull, his neck too weak to bear its weight. The nobles cheered with practiced voices, but beneath their smiles was dread, for they had seen the signs. Spain was rotting from within. And across Europe, rival kings sharpened blades. In the gardens of Aranjuez, beneath cypress and fig, Charles would sit for hours, staring at the fountains as if waiting for them to whisper secrets. Some swore they heard him muttering to statues, pleading for their stone mouths to answer. Others claimed he had seen the Virgin herself in a cracked window pane, her eyes filled with sorrow. But the miracles never came. Instead came war, borders cracked, rebellions whispered, the empire strained under debts and droughts. And Charles prayed. That was all he could do. He prayed until his lips bled, until his knees bruised against marble, until the candles burned out and the silence returned. He married twice, once to a French princess whose eyes never met his, once to a German bride who arrived pale and departed paler. No children, no hope. The chambers of his wives remained untouched, their sheets stiff with loneliness. Some blamed witchcraft, Others spoke of divine punishment, but all agreed this was the end. And the end came not with fury, but with a slow, unspeakable descent. In his final years, Charles barely left his bed. His skin grew grey, his eyes glassy. He believed his ancestors were calling to him, through tapestries, through dreams. He insisted his grandfather, Charles V, walked the corridors at night, dragging chains of gold and bone. And then, silence. On a cold October morning, the bells tolled. Charles was dead, the last of the Spanish Habsburgs, the bewitched king, the cursed son, the final breath of a dynasty that had tried to become divine and instead birthed ruin. The war came as expected. Europe erupted to claim his broken throne. But no battle ever matched the quiet horror of what had been lost. Not land, not wealth, but time itself. Centuries of ambition turned to ash. And beneath the marble floor of El Escorial, Charles lay alone, entombed beside kings whose blood had betrayed him. No son to follow, no voice to mourn, only the wind curling through cloisters, whispering through bone. Some say his spirit still lingers, not as a ghost of malice, but of sorrow. A prince who bore the weight of an empire forged too tightly. A boy who was never allowed to be a boy, crowned before he could crawl. They called him El Hechizado, but it was not enchantment that undid him. It was inheritance, bound too close, loved too narrowly. A crown of thorns woven not by enemies, but by kin. And in the silence he left behind, the lesson lingers. That blood, when sealed too tightly, ceases to flow. That greatness, pursued without humility, breeds monsters in brocade. That even emperors must heed the quiet weeping of the body, and that the mightiest crowns may rest in the end on skulls too fragile to bear them. She was crowned beneath a sky that mourned her. The sun, choked behind a ragged veil of cloud, flickered like a dying eye. It was July, yet the air carried the stillness of a burial vault. In the great stone halls of the tower, where kings once passed in splendor and shadows, whispered of older kings long turned to dust, a girl of 16 stood trembling in silks too heavy for her bones. She was Lady Jane Grey, the 9-day queen, anointed not by destiny, but by ambition sharp enough to bleed. Her fingers shook as they brushed the velvet of the crown. It had not been meant for her, not truly. But in the chessboard of Tudor England, daughters of noble blood were pawns with skin, and Jane had been moved forward by hands unseen, by voices that whispered power and prophecy in equal measure. She was brilliant, gentle, devout, but she had no hunger for rule, only for learning, for Greek verse, for the Gospels, for solitude. Yet now, England's throne, crusted with the rot of betrayal and vengeance, had been laid upon her head. They say a solar eclipse darkened the sky on the day she was proclaimed. The priests called it a sign. The commoners watched in silence as birds grew confused and the tower's ravens ceased their cries. A gloom settled over London like wet ash, and it clung to Jane's pale face. She did not smile. She did not speak. She simply bowed her head, as if bracing for the blade. The plan was not hers. It belonged to men, her father, the Duke of Suffolk, trembling with the scent of power, her cousin Northumberland, a man of cold precision and glittering ambition, whose son Guilford had been shackled to Jane in marriage, a boy with a crown in one hand and contempt in the other. They wove her fate as spiders spin a snare, careless of the soul inside it. The dying Edward VI had signed the line that disinherited his sisters. The crown was to pass not to Mary, his Catholic heir, nor to Elizabeth, the uncertain Protestant, but to Jane, the silent scholar with blood just blew enough to bind a nation. But Mary Tudor was not made for quiet exile. She moved from Suffolk with a fury older than her years, gathering strength like thunderclouds on the moors. The people followed her. They remembered her mother, Catherine of Aragon. They remembered Rome, and they remembered fire. Within days, London's mood shifted. Bells rang out, not for Jane, but for Mary. The streets seethed with prayers for the rightful queen. In the Tower, Jane stood with parchment still trembling in her hand. A royal proclamation, signed, sealed, soon to be ash. She had been queen for 9 days. They came for her with no fanfare, no rebellion, no trial. Mary, now queen indeed, as well as word, entered London, draped in crimson. She passed beneath arches hung with lilies and bells, but her eyes burned with old wounds. Her mother's disgrace, her own exile, her father's betrayal. And now Jane, a cousin, a child, but also a rival. Jane was imprisoned where she had been crowned, the Tower. But this time, the halls were colder, the guards silent. Even the stones seemed to pull away. Guilford, the boy she barely knew, was held apart from her. He sent her letters. She wept. He wept. But it was too late. She spent her final months in prayer and reflection, her mind returning to scripture like a hand to a wound. In her cell, light filtered through the arrow-slit windows, not in beams, but in slashes. The ravens had returned. They watched from the battlements with obsidian eyes. The priests came to convert her, to tempt her with life if she'd renounce her beliefs and embrace Mary's faith. But Jane would not bend, not even to live. She wrote letters in trembling Latin, full of sorrow and serenity. She signed her name not as queen, but as servant of God. Then came the February morning when the bells rang, not for feast, but for death. The sky was grey again, no snow, no sun, just the flat cold that bit into the bone. Jane was led from her cell, clothed in black. She was 17 now. Her skin glowed like milk in the winter light. She carried her prayer book like a child cradling a toy. They had already taken Guilford's head that morning. She knew. She had seen the cart return, blood darkening the hay. At the scaffold, she looked out over the courtyard. No crowd gathered, only the headsman, the priest, and a few silent watchers from the tower walls. The block waited, rough-hewn and unyielding. Jane knelt. She tied the blindfold herself, though her fingers fumbled. "Lord," she whispered, "into thy hands I commend my spirit." She reached forward for the block, but could not find it. A voice, soft as breath, called out, "What shall I do?" "Where is it?" A hand guided her. She laid her neck down. The axe fell. It is said that the executioner wept. And yet, the tower never let her go. Even now, on some bitter dawns, when fog coils low and the crows grow still, guards have seen her, Jane, the girl in grey. She walks not with vengeance, but with sorrow, a shadow upon the battlements. Sometimes she holds her book. Sometimes she searches the sky. And sometimes they say she simply stands, staring at the place where Guilford died. Her crown of ashes still perched upon her spectral brow. For 9 days, she ruled. For centuries, she mourned. And in the great silence of midnight, when the world is still and history breathes like a sleeping beast, one might hear her steps echo faintly through the stone corridors of the tower, light, sorrowful, and utterly alone. Some queens die in glory, some in fire. Jane Grey died in silence. But her story still lingers, not in the pages of power, but in the fragile places between dusk and dream, between history and haunting, between breath and prayer. She was never meant to rule, but she will never be forgotten. The candle burned low in the archives of the Louvre, casting long shadows across glass cases and unlabeled boxes, its light flickering like the breath of something long buried. Down in the sublevels, beneath centuries of French pride and plunder, where stone floors sweat with memory and iron air hangs thick, there lies a fragment, a carved cheekbone smoothed by desert wind, a sliver of a headdress once kissed by Aten's rays. Akhenaten, heretic pharaoh, lover of the sun, breaker of gods, left his mark here in the land of cathedrals. And with him came a curse. It began in dust, as all legends do. The year was 1798. Bonaparte, still a general and not yet a god in his own right, swept into Egypt with more than armies. He brought with him savants, historians, artists, engineers, men who sought the bones of old empires to drape around France's shoulders like royal robes. Among the ruins of Amarna, in the sun-split silence of a dead city, they unearthed it, the likeness of a forgotten king who had once banished all other deities for a single burning disk in the sky. There are no complete records of the find, only scattered accounts, half-translated field notes, a few crumbling sketches, hint at a strange bust broken at the neck, a face that did not sit easily among other pharaohs, long, feminine and watching, always watching, its lips curved in a secret, sorrowful smile, its eyes elongated like one who had seen eternity and pitied it. The piece was packed, shipped, hidden, forgotten. But it was too late. The sun god had crossed seas. Months later, in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, as incense curled like ghosts between the buttresses, Napoleon took the crown from the Pope's trembling hands and placed it upon his own head. The gesture was not merely theatrical. It was defiant. It was divine. He had crowned himself king, just as Akhenaten had once dared to strip Thebes of its gods and call himself the Son of Light. So too did Bonaparte carve his place in heaven. Not by birthright, not by anointing, but by will. And from that moment on, the Bonaparte line began to unravel. They say Joseph, the elder brother who ruled Naples and Spain, spoke in his sleep to someone who wasn't there, murmured in languages he never studied, that his hands would shake when he stood in sunlight too long. He died in exile, forgotten in New Jersey, staring always to the east. Louis, the gentle one, took Holland and lost it. His reign crumbled like papyrus in the rain. Some whispered he wept uncontrollably during storms, that he feared the sun, covered mirrors, and forbade his children from gazing too long into fire. Jerome, vain, lavish, adored his mirrors, bought palaces, married princesses, and lived as though trying to drown something out with music and silk. He died in debt, muttering of sand dunes and names that no one recognized. And then, Napoleon II, the sun, the eagle fledgling, born to rule, raised in gilded cages, fed on myths, dead before 22. No wounds, no illness, only wasting, pale and drifting, as if something had siphoned his fire from within. Each Bonaparte that touched a throne ended in silence. Some mocked this as coincidence, political fate, but others whispered, quietly, behind velvet drapes, that the Aten was not dead, that when Akhenaten's face arrived in Paris, severed from his city, stripped of offerings, it did not forgive, that this god of a single son, forgotten in his own land, found in Bonaparte a mirror, another who had tried to eclipse the old gods, to become both king and priest, sun and shadow. And the gods do not forget. Some say the fragment never made it to the museum floor, that curators, unnerved by its aura, kept it sealed away. That when a young assistant attempted to clean it, his hands erupted in blisters shaped like hieroglyphs. That one archivist, in the 1950s, vanished after insisting he'd seen it move under the glass. One night, during the blackout of 1944, a guard swore he saw the bust glowing. No torch, no electricity. Just light, like morning, emerging from the artifact itself. He never returned to work. Scholars have searched for it since. The Louvre claims no record. The box, if it exists, is unmarked. Just another relic among thousands. But some believe it waits, deep below, under layers of bureaucracy and dust, like a buried king beneath centuries of stone, waiting for another self-made god. It is said that the curse does not kill. It unwinds. It erodes the soul, like sandstorm against monument. Slowly, softly, it strips away heirs, lovers, victories, until nothing remains but silence. Aten was not a vengeful god, not in the old hymns. He was light, truth, warmth, but Akhenaten made him jealous, exclusive, the only, the all-seeing disc who brooked no rival, and perhaps in exile, that god learned vengeance. Napoleon dreamed of empire eternal, of sons and grandsons rising like obelisks across Europe. But what rose was ruin, what lingered was smoke, and what remained was a fragment, watching. In the Louvre's depths, beyond the reach of catalogue or name, in a room where light dies before it touches the floor, lies a piece of a face, smooth and perfect, with eyes too knowing, a lip half-curved, half-cracked. And if you listen closely, if you stand still long enough to hear the building breathe, you may feel it, the faintest warmth, as though a sun still burns within the stone, a foreign sun, older than Christendom, older than kings. The Bonapartes are gone now, their name etched in gold, their bones scattered, but the face remains, and it remembers. In the deep stillness of midnight, when the world forgets to breathe, some names drift like incense through the hush, faint, royal, and sorrowed. Stefan Uroš III. They whisper in the candlelit halls of memory. A king murdered by his son. A corpse that refused to decay. A dynasty that walked beneath a crown cursed by the breath of the dead. In Serbia's monastic dark, where stone walls weep and saints sleep in silence, one man lies unrotted, waiting, watching. It was the year of our Lord, 1331. The wind clawed against the walls of the fortress at Zvechan, and within its stone stomach, a king knelt before God. Stefan Dechansky, once crowned by the will of Byzantium and the swords of Serbia, had been betrayed, not by traitors or foreign kings, but by his own son. Young Dushan, golden-haired and lion-hearted, had seized the throne, and now his father waited for death. There was no trial, no public shame, only the quiet, strangling hands of fate. Coarse robe, tight silence, no priest, no candle, no absolution. The king who had once rebuilt churches and healed the blind died in the cold corners of a tower, eyes open. They buried him hurriedly, deep in the monastic earth of the Vysoki Dechani monastery, beneath icons and the scent of myrrh. And there he should have slept forever, forgotten. But centuries passed, and the dead king did not rot. When the monks opened his tomb, generations later, the world shuddered. Stefan's flesh was soft as sleep, his beard full, his eyes shut as if in prayer. The odor of sanctity, they claimed, clung to his robes, sweet and strange, not the foul breath of decay. They dared not speak it, but the words swam in their hearts, incorruptible. Such bodies are rare, touched by divine fire, saints mostly, holy men. But Stefan was a king, a man of war, a ruler who had strangled his enemies and seized his crown through blood. And yet, there he lay, cradled in silence, unclaimed by worms, as if death itself had paused before him. The people began to murmur. Pilgrims arrived in cloaks, limping and tearful. They touched his fingers, pale and smooth like waxed ivory, and prayed for healing. The monastery became sacred ground. Stefan, once a king, became a relic, a symbol, a warning. But while the father rested unspoiled, the son found no peace. Dušan the Mighty, emperor of Serbs and Greeks, had reached higher than any before him. He carved an empire across the Balkans, crowned himself in the echo of Rome, and dreamed of Constantinople. But his rule, though golden on the outside, was threaded with dread. He moved swiftly, restlessly, as if chased by invisible hoofbeats. Some say he never again smiled fully. Some say he dreamed of his father every night, eyes open, unblinking, and then in 1355 it ended. He died on the march, no wound, no illness, no warning, just death, like a finger placed on his shoulder by something ancient and unseen. Some claimed poison, others divine justice. But in the quiet corners of stone churches where candles flicker before icons of the Theotokos, the truth whispered louder. The dead king had claimed his vengeance. Dušan's empire shattered with him. His son was too young, the nobles too hungry. The dream of a Serbian Rome broke like glass beneath iron boots. Assassinations followed. Brothers turned on brothers. Serbia became a crown of thorns, each ruler rising only to be pierced, to fall. The land itself seemed to recoil from kingship, as though it remembered the rope and the cold cell and the betrayal. But Stefan Dušanski lay still untouched, still unspoiled. When monks carried his body in times of plague, drought, and war, the people wept and bowed. They said his gaze turned away from traitors. They said the air grew warmer around him. He became a holy presence, less man, more myth. The tomb at Dušani was no longer a resting place. It was a throne of stone and eternity. And some began to believe that Serbia would never again be whole, never again be ruled in peace, until the wrong was righted, until the son knelt before the father. But the son had long turned to dust. There was no apology, only a crown passed down like a blood-soaked torch from hand to trembling hand. Even today, the tomb lies open. Visitors come beneath the shadowed arches of Dušani, whispering prayers they dare not speak aloud. And there he is, flesh warm to the touch, cheeks flushed faintly as if with breath. Scientists have studied it, murmuring of natural preservation, of tomb air and minerals. But none linger long. There is a hush in that place that turns even the loudest voice to ash. In the flicker of oil lamps, his body lies regal, draped in vestments, fingers clasped over his chest. Above him, icons of saints watch with gold leaf eyes. And around him, the monastery listens, the stone remembers. There are those who say his incorruption is a miracle, a sign of divine favor. But there are others who fear it is not preservation, but punishment. That God would not let the betrayed decay until the betrayal itself is undone. That Stefan remains not to bless Serbia, but to haunt it. A protector, yes, but also a warning. For what son can sleep, knowing the Father still breathes beneath the earth? What ruler dares sit upon a throne taken in blood, knowing the eyes of the dead may still be closed, but not blind? In this quiet story, wrapped in stone and sanctity, Serbia holds a truth deeper than history. Not all justice comes with noise. Not all kings die. Some wait, some linger. Some, like Stefan Dušanski, do not rot. And in the silence of the monastery, the wind whispers to the candles, the walls breathe with secrets, and beneath a painted dome, a king sleeps with his hands folded, waiting for the last crown to fall. They called her the Demon's Empress, though her reign was draped in silk and silence. Before her name was carved into the annals of power, before the ink of history dared to remember her, there was only Wu Zhao, daughter of the North Wind, born beneath the curling incense of Chang'an, where snow whispered against vermilion eaves. But when she died, the city exhaled in tremors. Thunder rolled from cloudless skies. Crows circled the palace for days. And beneath the floor stones of her hidden chamber, iron scrolls bled rust into the earth, sealed with curses no living soul dared recite aloud. It was the year of the Fire Rabbit, when Wu Zetian seized the dragon throne, not as consort nor regent, but as sovereign, crowned by the eclipse of the sun itself. China knelt and trembled. She was the only woman to rule as emperor in her own name. Not even heaven's mandate resisted her. Her silk robes trailed across marble like drifting blood, and her voice, measured, low, unyielding, could raise 1,000 swords or silence a dynasty. But nothing came without a toll. In the shadowed corridors of the imperial palace, ministers vanished in the night. Their ashes were found in temple braziers, their tongues nailed to wood with curses scrawled in cinnabar. Statues of the old Tang emperors were decapitated and cast into the moat. Priests fled to the mountains, clutching divinations scorched by salt and fire. One oracle dared speak her vision aloud. The fox shall bear the crown, and wolves shall eat the wheat, and was found impaled through the heart with her own staff. Yet the people called her Holy Mother. They lined the roads with golden chrysanthemums as she passed. They whispered that she was born from a dragon's egg, or that she drank from the same well as the Bodhisattva. Her court poets wrote verses praising the phoenix reborn, the empress with eyes like eclipse and hands like silk. But behind the brocade screens, her scribes toiled not in poetry, but in concealment. Iron scrolls were etched in dead tongues, Prekin, Bashu, dialects dredged from tombs, and wrapped in cloth soaked in ox blood. They were buried under the throne room, beneath tiles she ordered laid herself, in a pattern only she understood. 3 rows of 9, 9 rows of 3. They were not meant to be found, or perhaps they were meant to be remembered only when ruin came. The eunuchs called them the breathless scripts. No air moved near them. Animals fled. When the palace dogs were led across that chamber, they refused to enter, tails between legs, whimpering, staring at stones that gave no light. One servant claimed to hear voices, chanting without tongue, syllables curling like smoke in the ear, imploring him to gouge out his own eyes. He disappeared the next night, leaving behind only his lacquered sandals and a smear of blood shaped like a lotus. Still, Wu ruled. She built a bronze mirror, 5 cubits tall, in which she gazed for hours, claiming she could see the sins of those who approached. She dined alone by candlelight and left bowls of rice for the ghosts of former emperors. Some nights, she would vanish into her ancestral shrine, barefoot, humming lullabies no one recognized. The courtiers said she communed with ancestors. Others whispered it was not ancestors, but something older, something chained by ink and iron beneath her feet. When she died, they said her body did not decay, but the day of her burial, the clouds split and rained cinders over the imperial city. Her tomb, built into the twin peaks of Liangshan, was sealed without inscription. The stone slab above the gate was left blank by imperial decree, as if even words refused to bind her. No emperor after her dared carve it. The blankness became legend. What cannot be spoken cannot be judged. And then, everything crumbled. The tongue line fractured. Her descendants turned on one another like dogs over bone. Civil wars ignited like brush fire. Famine rode the wind. False emperors rose with gilded masks and poisoned cups. The mandate of heaven became a riddle no one could answer. In the temples, scrolls were burned en masse, but still they whispered, of iron beneath tile, of curses that fester, of names unspoken and wrath unburied. In the year of the yellow mist, a monk named Jibao arrived in Chang'an. He bore a staff made from stormwood and eyes that wept black tears. He claimed to be led by visions, visions of the empress seated beneath the earth, watching, waiting, her hands folded in her lap, her mouth moving without breath. Jibao entered the forbidden tomb. He descended with 9 acolytes. None returned. 3 months later, peasants near Liangshan awoke to find the river boiled. Fish floated belly up, their scales edged with strange symbols. Trees shed their leaves in the dead of summer. And on the 7th night, a child was born with a voice like flutes, singing words that cracked glass and summoned storms. Her parents drowned her in the well. Excavations were forbidden from that day forward. Modern scholars say the tomb has never been opened. Satellite images show disturbances near its foundation. Instruments fail near its gates. One surveyor who approached it in 1994 reported hearing footsteps behind him, though no one followed. He recorded 3 seconds of audio, low humming, like stone grinding against stone, and a single phrase in ancient Wu. Return the breath. Perhaps the scrolls remain. Perhaps they've decayed into rust and shadow. But old legends claim they were never written by human hands, that they came from the mountains before the flood, bound in language meant only for gods or demons. That Wu Zetian found them in her youth, half buried behind her family shrine, and read them aloud beneath the moon. And from that night forward, her fate was no longer her own. She became more than empress. She became myth. Now the stones remain silent. But silence is never empty. It is filled with waiting, with the scrape of ink across metal, with the pulse of something ancient, slumbering beneath 9 tiles and 3. And when the seal breaks, when breath returns to the breathless scripts, the world may remember what it tried so long to forget. That once, in the heart of China, a woman ruled not by mercy nor lineage, but by iron, shadow, and the names no man dared speak. The fire in the hearth had long died, and the castle lay wrapped in a silence so absolute, it seemed the very walls held their breath. Outside, the wind roamed the stone corridors of Edinburgh like a ghost seeking a name, dragging behind it the scent of old blood and colder betrayal. In such a silence, time itself slows. Each creak of wood, each flicker of torchlight becomes an omen. And on one particular night, in the winter of 1440, time stopped entirely. At the precise moment, the black bull's head thudded upon the banquet table. They called it the Black Dinner. But it was no dinner. It was a ritual, a performance cloaked in civility, with cruelty veiled beneath the silver platters and goblets of red wine. 16-year-old William Douglas sat upright, his younger brother David beside him, both clad in noble garments too fine for boys about to die. Across the long table, the boy King James II watched with wide, innocent eyes, unaware, or perhaps too aware, of what his regents had prepared. The fire crackled, laughter rang false. Then, the door opened, heavy boots echoed, servants fell silent. And as the lid of a platter was lifted, not lamb, not venison, but a severed bull's head stared back, its empty sockets proclaiming death. The symbol was ancient. In Scotland, it did not need explanation. William rose, stunned. David clutched at his arm. But no words came, for betrayal does not ask for final speeches. Guards seized them, the scraping of chairs drowned by the rustle of steel. Dragged into the night, into the cold courtyard where stone never forgot, the brothers cried out, but their voices vanished into the fog, into the pages of history where the ink had already begun to dry. A blade rose, two fell, and silence returned. It is said that James, barely 10 years old, wept, but tears cannot unmake death. And the House of Douglas, the mighty Black Douglases, who once walked among kings and spoke as equals, was decapitated not only in body, but in legacy. For this was not the slaughter of enemies. This was the murder of guests, of children, of kin. But in Scotland, nothing ends in silence. The stones remember. In the years that followed, the castle darkened. Windows shattered with no wind, horses reared at shadows, fires caught without spark. A black dog was seen pacing the great hall at midnight, its eyes hollow and steaming, its growl low and grieving. Some said it was David's spirit, restless. Others said it was William's vengeance, never sated. The Douglases were gone, yet not gone. Their name whispered in the wind, etched in the cracks of Edinburgh's ancient walls. For while their bodies had been offered to the frost, their legacy sank deeper, like blood into soil. The regents who had orchestrated the feast found no peace. One fell from his horse and split his skull upon the very stones where the boys had knelt. Another choked on his own tongue in a fit of madness, crying for forgiveness from unseen children. One was found hanged in his study, a parchment nailed above his head that read only, "The feast is not over." Even James II, crowned and grown, could not escape. He became a man with a hunger for war, for conquest, perhaps to drown the cries of his murdered guests. At the siege of Roxburgh Castle, as he ordered the firing of a new cannon, the weapon exploded in his face. His body was torn apart before the eyes of his army, his crown shattered beside him in the mud. Some say it was metal fatigue, others claim the cannon was cursed, its powder hexed by hands unseen. And still, the stones whispered. The children of Edinburgh began to play a new game, the Black Feast, in which two were always chosen to die. No one knew who started the game, but no child smiled when they played it. In the dungeons beneath the castle, cold spots never warmed, even in summer. One priest refused to bless the grounds, muttering of shadows that flinched and blood that would not fade. And the bull's head. No one knew what became of it. Some say it was buried. Others say it still sits beneath the throne, watching. As generations passed, the Douglases rose once more, not in flesh, but in curse. Their bloodline, splintered and scattered, seemed to haunt every noble house that had conspired against them. Fires consumed their manors. Sons disappeared in woods with no paths. Daughters birthed still children with black eyes and no breath. A whisper took root. The Douglases do not die, they wait. And so the myth was born of a feast that ended not in death, but in vengeance that spiraled through time, binding crown to curse, castle to sorrow. Even now, the great hall where they dined remains colder than any other room. Visitors feel watched. Footsteps echo when no one walks. And some nights, if the wind is right, the clink of goblets can still be heard, followed by the thud of a bull's head. Sleep does not come easily in such places, and perhaps it is not meant to, for this is not merely history. This is grief engraved in granite, betrayal bound in brick. This is a chapter written in children's blood and sealed with regal silence. A lesson, perhaps, that no crown worn in cruelty will sit easily, that even boy kings must answer to ghosts, and that to feast upon betrayal is to dine with death itself. Tonight, as the candle dwindles low and the fog curls at your window, remember the brothers, remember their feast, for while kings may forget, castles never do, and the black dinner is never truly over. They said the sky cracked when he was crowned. Above Copenhagen, a braid of lightning split the storm-heavy clouds as if the heavens themselves balked at what had been done. Thunder rolled not like drums of triumph, but like groaning tomb doors dragged open, slow and resentful. The court stood silent in their jewel-laced stillness, eyes darting beneath powdered wigs, watching a boy king crowned in the echo of judgment. Christian VII, frail of body, hollow of soul, was lifted into the ancient seat of Danish power. And somewhere, far below the castle, the stones began to whisper. The year was 1766, and the air in the royal halls was damp with unease. This was no age of myth, and yet myth had returned. The corridors of Christiansborg Palace did not echo with the laughter of a festive court, but with hushed murmurs, the brushing of unseen robes, and the clicking of doors that no hand had touched. Candlelight seemed to flicker longer in his presence, as if flame itself feared him. Christian did not walk like a man, but drifted, pale as morning frost, eyes unfocused, lips mouthing secrets none wished to hear. Some said he spoke to ghosts. At first, his strangeness was forgiven as eccentricity, the youthful whims of a monarch too long isolated in rooms where the air never changed. But in time, the tale soured. Courtiers swore they saw him staring for hours into a mirror, eyes locked with something just behind the glass. Servants found his bedsheets torn by his own hands, bloodied fingernails scratching at invisible things. He would hum lullabies to no one, tear down paintings from the walls, and then collapse into silence so thick, even the rats seemed to pause. He mutilated himself in the quiet hours, slicing lines down his arms with a letter opener he called the priest. When asked why, he whispered, "I must let the worms out." At night, music would float from the ballroom, though none had been invited. He would dance alone, swaying beneath the chandeliers, clad in silk and shadow. Sometimes he laughed, but it was the laugh of a drowning man who has made peace with the depths. No one dared stop him. No one knew who or what might stop with him. And yet the true horror of Christian VII's reign was not his madness, but the hands that reached through it. Into this void of will and reason stepped Johann Friedrich Struensee, a physician with eyes like sharp winter glass. He was summoned not only to soothe the king's nerves, but, in time, to guide the very levers of state. The doctor had honey on his tongue and ice in his veins. He soothed the king's outbursts with tinctures, his loneliness with attention, his confusion with whispered purpose. The court called him the Shadow Regent, though none dared say it aloud. Beside him stood another, Caroline Matilda, the Queen. Barely more than a girl, married off from Britain into this fog-shrouded court. She had arrived with trembling hopes and was met by a husband who flinched from her touch and mistook her shadow for a spy. Lonely, brilliant, and underestimated, Caroline saw in Struensee something she had never seen in Denmark: warmth. They found solace in each other's arms, first in glances, then in letters, then in tangled sheets behind locked chamber doors. The affair began as defiance, but bloomed into treason. Together, they ruled. Not officially, not with crowns or robes, but through documents signed by a king who no longer understood what he held. Struensee passed reforms in the king's name: the abolition of torture, the lifting of press censorship, the burning of feudal chains. Enlightenment poured like dawn into Denmark, guided by the hands of lovers and sealed with a mad king's mark. But candles burn brightest before they drown. Whispers turned to roars. The court, old, frostbitten by tradition and seething with envy, took note. They watched the doctor walk too proudly, the queen smile too freely. One bitter winter night, as Christian sat rocking in a corner, muttering to an invisible companion, the plot came to life. Guards swarmed the queen's quarters. Struensee was seized in his nightshirt, dragged into the snow. Caroline screamed, but the walls did not echo her cries. They had been waiting. The trial was a spectacle of shadows and shame. Struensee, once called savior, was now devil. Adultery, sedition, atheism. They bled charges from the air. The king was wheeled into the courtroom like a doll, blank-eyed and shivering, made to nod at decrees he could no longer read. His own signature would sentence the only two who had ever touched him with gentleness. Struensee was executed by sword, but not swiftly. First, his right hand, the one that had signed the laws, was cut off. Then his head. His body was quartered, his flesh scattered to the winds. Caroline was stripped of title and child, banished to a distant castle where the walls wept more than she did. She died young, some say of illness, some say of grief. And Christian, he remained. He sat on the throne like a ghost in a museum, the crown askew on a head that heard only whispers. Regents came and went, ministers ruled in his name, but no one spoke of the man himself. He wandered the halls still, muttering to the same mirror, dancing alone, slicing new paths into old skin. They tried to lock him away, but stone does not stop madness. It only teaches it to echo. Some say the kingdom bled from that day onward, slowly, like a man with a wound he refuses to see. Denmark did not fall, not loudly, but it dimmed. The throne became a chair, the crown a symbol, the court a stage of empty gestures. And behind it all, the Pale King rocked and rocked and rocked. There are stories, whispers passed by servants, passed down by their children, that on storm-lit nights, you can still hear footsteps in Christiansborg, slow and deliberate, as if someone dances with no partner. That mirrors turn cold when no one is near. That the king never truly died, only shifted into the stones, watching, waiting. Power had sat in his lap, but it never belonged to him. Love had reached for him, but he could not grasp it. He had been born in lightning, crowned in silence, and forgotten in madness. But thrones do not forget. Thrones remember everything. In the hush of northern twilight, where fog drinks deeply from the damp forest floor, and bells toll like whispers of forgotten oaths, there lies a relic, both sacred and damned. The Iron Crown of Lombardy, neither wholly of iron nor wholly of earth, is said to press into the brow of kings with a thorn from the cross itself. The thorn was no longer visible, if it ever was, but stories lingered like smoke in the rafters of cathedrals, forged in twilight, tempered by blood. Every monarch who dared wear it either died, descended into madness, or was erased from memory like a name scratched from stone. And it began, they say, with Berengar. Berengar I of Italy rose in a season of ruin. The year was 888. The Carolingian line, once blazing like a comet across the continent, had begun to crumble into feuding embers. Rome, ghostly and desolate, echoed with prayers no longer answered. The Alps murmured with mercenaries, and the north, rich, bitter Lombard, clutched its relics like a widow clutches the last letter from her dead beloved. It was into this twilight kingdom that Berengar stepped, draped in crimson, eyes of winter steel. A man both devout and dangerous, they called him the last Roman and also the Wolf King, depending on whom you asked and how much wine they had swallowed. The crown awaited him in Monza, cradled beneath a vault of sacred marble, wrapped in silence deeper than snow. Witnesses claimed the cathedral filled with an unnatural stillness as the bishop lowered the relic upon Berengar's brow. Some claimed the temperature dropped. Others swore the crown groaned, an old metal whimper, like something ancient remembering pain. The crown's rim, deceptively simple, was said to contain a slender band of iron, wrought from one of the nails driven through Christ's flesh. A thorn of divine agony forged into gold, as if pain could be made beautiful. That night, Berengar dreamt of deserts, of crucifixions, of wolves lapping blood from church floors. At first, he ruled with vigor. He was a just man, but not a gentle one. Bandits were flayed in public squares. Tax collectors wept with silver in their fists. The papal envoys returned from his court, speaking in hushed tones, and not all with the same number of fingers. But it was not long before the shadows turned against him. His own nephew, Adalbert, once his favored kin, began to speak boldly in cloisters and torchlit halls. He claimed Berengar was a false king, that the crown was cursed, that it whispered to its bearer in the voice of the crucified one, that no man should wear a relic forged in torment. Peasants began to mutter prayers sideways. Monks scratched warnings into the margins of Bibles. Then the dreams worsened. Berengar was found sleepwalking through his fortress. Once he wandered to the edge of Lake Garda and stood waist-deep in the water at dawn, whispering to the mist. Another time, guards swore they saw claw marks across the stone walls of his bedchamber, too large for any man, too deliberate for any beast. He took to keeping candles lit at all hours. He forbade mirrors. He sang hymns in Latin in the dead of night, his voice trembling like broken glass. And still, he wore the crown. The court turned brittle. Assassins were discovered, hiding beneath tables at banquets. One was a priest, another a servant girl with pale eyes and a serpent carved into her wrist. Berengar's guards began dying in their sleep. No wounds, no struggle, just wide frozen eyes staring at the rafters. Poison was feared, witchcraft suspected. It did not matter. The sense of doom swelled like a tide. Then Adalbert rose in rebellion, marching from Verona under a tattered flag. He was swift and cruel. Villages burned like parchment, and churches rang no bells for Berengar. The people believed the crown had cursed them all. That to serve the Iron King was to be damned. Berengar gathered his loyalists and retreated into the Apennines. What followed was not a war, but a vanishing. Scouts reported his camp nestled deep in a forest glen, surrounded by crucifixes made from branches. The next morning, it was gone. No fire pits, no blood, no sound of hoof or man. Only the crown remained, half buried in moss, blood still wet on its rim. No body was ever found. Some say Adalbert caught his uncle and killed him in secret, burying the corpse beneath a monastery and swearing the monks to silence. Others say Berengar fled east, living out his days among Byzantine exiles, blind and muttering prayers in a forgotten tongue. But the tale most often told, especially in the farms and fog-locked hamlets of Lombardy, is this. Berengar never died. He became a wolf, not a beast, but something older, a guardian and a punishment. That he prowls still in the mist-wreathed hills, his silver eyes watching from under thorn bushes, his breath steaming like incense in winter air. That if you steal from a church, his growl will be the last sound you hear. That if you seek the crown and speak ill of the dead, you will dream of blood and wake with claw marks on your chest. And the curse did not end with him. Those who wore the Iron Crown after Berengar met fates as bleak. Hugh of Arles, poisoned at a feast. Berengar II, imprisoned by the very emperor he invited to rule. Otto III, died at 21, his tomb struck by lightning. Henry IV, excommunicated. The crown's touch was like a kiss from Judas, seductive, holy, damning. It rests now in the Monza Cathedral still, in a glass reliquary, unmoved for centuries. Gold glimmers in soft candlelight. Pilgrims pass it with bowed heads. Mothers whisper prayers for sick children, and old men avert their eyes. The Bishop of Monza once dared to lift it for a photograph in the 20th century. Hours later, he collapsed from a stroke. The photo was never published. Today, no king asks for it. No child is told to dream of it. It is a relic without a future, only a past that gnaws. The nail from the crucifixion, if truly there, sleeps in gold like a serpent in sunlight. Berengar's name is etched in no great marble, no gilded hymn, only in wind, in Wolversong, in the cold silence beneath cypress trees. Sometimes, the night wind through the cathedral arches sounds almost like footsteps. But only almost. And if you ever feel the need to kneel before the Iron Crown, to touch your brow to the glass and whisper a prayer, ask yourself first, who are you praying to? And will it answer? She dreamed in fire, not flame, not smoke, but fire as omen, fire as scripture. And when she exhaled, the silken breath of an empress stirred the fate of 1,000 domes. Byzantium did not fall in a single night of siege. It dimmed first in her gaze, smoldered beneath her scented skin, and cracked where her jeweled fingers touched the scrolls of the occult. Her name was Zoe. And though they crowned her thrice, buried her once, and burned her memory from the palace walls, the ashes still whisper. The candles in the imperial bedchamber never went out. Daylight was banished behind velvet drapes embroidered with golden peacocks. The floor was black marble, veined like dried blood. Air hung heavy with the cloying scent of ambergris, cinnamon, and opium. There were always servants moving like shadows, eunuchs, spies, apothecaries, tending to the woman's needs, as if tending to a shrine that might curse them. Zoe Porphyrogenita, born in the purple, daughter of Constantine VIII, knew the palace like a sorceress knows her cave. Each corridor of Hagia Sophia's shadowed wings, every cloistered rose garden, every incense-choked chapel was hers. The empire wrapped around her slender shoulders like a ghostly robe of silk and conspiracy. They say her skin gleamed under candlelight like oiled ivory. Her eyes, thick-lashed and amber-dark, rarely blinked. When she smiled, men saw their deaths or their crowns. For Zoe did not simply live through emperors. She consumed them. 3 times she wed. 3 times she was crowned Augusta. Her first husband, Romanos III, lavished her with perfumes and pearls. But Zoe grew cold. One night, figs were served for dessert, ripened to bursting. By morning, Romanos was dead, drowned in his bath. The fig seller vanished. The eunuch who arranged the fruit was found the next week with his tongue cut out and his body flung into the Bosphorus. Michael IV followed, young, trembling, devout. Zoe adored him at first, as one adores a silken-eyed animal. But Michael sickened. His limbs trembled, his speech slurred. He feared her touch. Some whispered of mercury in his wine. Others said Zoe spent nights reading aloud from scrolls inked in Greek and Syriac, the language of spirits, the script of fire. When Michael finally died, his skin was jaundiced, his tongue black. By the time of her third marriage, Zoe ruled in all but name. The palace whispered of her rituals, alchemical diagrams drawn in wine on the walls of her chambers, icons with hollow eyes that wept oil, a mirror room lined with polished obsidian where Zoe sat for hours in silence, watching herself multiply. She believed in omens. She believed in fate. But more than that, she believed she could change it, rewrite it, twist it like molten wax. And so, in secret, she wrote her dreams. In the darkest wing of the palace treasury, behind vaults sealed with iron and blood, were kept her journals. No ink marked those pages, only powders, gold flecks, soot, dreams of floods drowning the hippodrome, of winged dragons coiling through the domes of Hagia Sophia, cities collapsing into wax, moons that bled, suns that froze, always fire. One dream recurred like a fever. She stood atop the palace roof, alone, as Constantinople burned in spirals below her. She laughed, not cruelly, but with relief. As though fire were release, as though the empire itself were a curse she had long prayed to end. In her final days, Zoe wandered the palace barefoot. She wore no crown. Her once luminous skin grew grey like old parchment. She clutched rosaries made from teeth. Servants claimed they heard her speaking in forgotten tongues, her voice trailing into winds no one else felt. And then she was gone. Some say she died in her sleep. Others insist she vanished into the hidden libraries beneath the palace. But one thing is certain. The moment she passed, something broke. Riots erupted. The streets surged with fire and fury. The palace that had stood for centuries, its golden walls untouched by time, began to blacken. First the servants fled, then the courtiers. Fires bloomed in the silken draperies. Ivory doors melted like wax. And as the empress's dream foretold, the domes of Byzantium cracked like eggshells under the weight of fire. Even now, centuries later, when archaeologists sweep the ruins of the palace, they speak of a room sealed in lead. The door bears no lock, only a sigil, a dragon devouring its own tail. Those who enter speak of strange warmth, of the scent of burnt figs, of walls that shimmer as if remembering a dream. They have yet to find her journals, but some say Zoe never left, that her soul, scorched and luminous, haunts the embers of the empire she once ruled, that in quiet moments, when candlelight dances across gold and shadow, you can still hear her breath, a sigh that stirs dust, a whisper that births fire. Because Byzantium's fall was not a thunderclap. It was a woman's breath, soft where sweet, poisoned, and prophetic. The ravens were quiet that night. Beneath the weight of a moon glazed in pale silver, the stones of the Tower of London exhaled the cold breath of centuries. Time had draped itself thickly across its walls, each block saturated with secrets and silence. But some silences are not born of peace. They are born of terror, of things hidden too deeply to rot in the open. In that silence, two shadows once breathed, small, royal, forgotten. The summer of 1483 bled slowly across the realm. England was not yet whole, not yet still. War had rolled over her hills like thunder for generations, and the blood of kings had not dried before another crown was seized. It was in this fragile peace that young Edward V, a boy of 12 summers, was brought to London. He was to be crowned. His brother, Richard of Shrewsbury, just 9, walked beside him, both golden-haired sons of King Edward IV, both with eyes too innocent to read the truth behind the banners raised in their honor. But their journey ended not in Westminster's hallowed glow. It ended in a tower. The Tower of London was not always a prison, but by then its halls had learned how to swallow the living. Its staircases curled like the ribs of an ancient beast, and its chambers kept the breath of sorrow in their cracks. Within those walls, the two princes were placed, safe, the kingdom was told, sheltered until the coronation. But the coronation never came. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, their uncle, was named Lord Protector, a title of trust, a cloak of loyalty. But beneath it, ambition stirred like a viper coiled too long. Whispers began to drift like candle smoke. The boys were illegitimate, he said. Their mother, the widowed queen, had bewitched their father into marriage. The marriage was invalid. And so, the crown fell upon Richard's brow. He was no longer protector. He was king, King Richard III. And the boys? The boys were seen less and less. At first, the guards claimed to hear laughter echoing from their high chamber. Wooden toys, rolled dice. Then silence. No morning bells, no cries of pain, just nothing. One morning, the nurse came with bread, and the beds were untouched, the rushes undisturbed, the windows latched from within, the chamber cold as the dead, and the ravens outside. They began to circle. Time did not carry them away. It buried them. The paintings of the young princes, once hung proudly in the halls, were removed with quiet hands. Their names were whispered only behind closed doors, as if the air itself might betray the speaker. And those who served at the tower told tales when drink loosened their tongues, of child-sized footsteps in the corridors after midnight, of laughter that did not belong to any living throat, of windows swinging open on still windless nights. Some said the boys were smothered in their sleep. Others spoke of poison in sweet wine. One tale told of a dagger's hush, slipping between the ribs beneath a cloak of velvet. Yet no one saw, no one knew. Only Richard remained. Richard, who wore the crown as if it burned. Richard, who smiled less each season. Richard, whose line died with him on a muddy field near Bosworth, where his body was found hacked and bare, a broken thing beneath the hoofbeats of fate. Years turned, then decades, then centuries. In 1674, workmen tasked with reinforcing part of the White Tower unearthed a narrow stair concealed beneath old stones. There, tucked into the earth, as if hiding from memory, were the skeletons of 2 children, unmarked, wrapped in fragments of velvet, bones that had not known sunlight in nearly 200 years. The king then, Charles II, had them placed in Westminster Abbey, but no names were carved, for no one dared to name the dead. Were they Edward and Richard, or merely another echo of England's long sorrow? No voice rose to claim them, and yet they do not sleep. The tower still stands, ancient and sullen, its battlements pierced by time, its windows watching. And in the hours when mist clings low to the cobbled paths, some say the air changes, that the walls breathe again, that the stairs creak though no foot climbs them. Guards assigned to the night, shifts, sometimes leave their posts, with pale faces and trembling hands. They speak of faint weeping, of the whisper of soft shoes on stone, of doors gently opening into empty rooms. One guard, years ago, claimed to see two figures at the battlement, pale boys, shoulder to shoulder, one holding a carved wooden knight in his hand. He blinked. They were gone. No proof, no trace, just silence. And the ravens. The ravens, in those moments, fall still. History may forget, but stone remembers. The tale of the princes in the tower is not just a mystery. It is a wound. A quiet betrayal of blood and trust, stitched into the bone of a nation. Edward and Richard, children born into gold, vanished into dust. Their uncle, crowned by their absence. Their fate never spoken aloud in the halls of power, only wept by time itself. And in those dark hours before dawn, when all things quiet, save for the turning of the world, perhaps they walk. Not in anger, not in sorrow, but in search, for voices to speak their names again, for hands to lift them from the dust. Edward, Richard. The tower keeps its secrets, but some ghosts are not meant to be laid to rest. He was called the King of Gold, the Sovereign of Sands, the Lord of the River that bled coins. But Mansa Musa's story, gilded though it was, began long after the true legend had already vanished into the horizon, beyond the reach of ships, beyond the chant of griots. It was not Musa, but his brother, Abu Bakr II, who sought the edge of the world and perhaps toppled the empire in the attempt. This is the story whispered through cracked lips in the market ruins of Niani, hummed over dying embers by old women with silver eyes. A serpent swallowed the bloodline, they say, but first, a king swallowed the sea. The Sahel wind once carried incense and prophecy across dunes that glowed red at dusk and baled like bone at dawn. In the year of the white sand eclipse, Abu Bakr sat beneath a roof carved from ebony and gold leaf, staring westward, not north toward Cairo, nor east toward Mecca, but west, toward the endless roaring black mouth of the Atlantic. He had heard tales, spun by salt-drunk traders, of land across the water, a mirrored continent, rivers like the Niger, trees that wept amber. He dreamt of a second Mali, free from the fetters of tradition, a kingdom born not from conquest, but from rebirth. He gave Musa the empire and took the ocean instead. 1,000 ships he built, curved prows with crocodile heads, sails stitched from indigo cotton, and the skin of ceremonial beasts. Each vessel bore gold, water, grain, and rowers set to chant songs older than the Sandiata epic. He departed on a red morning when the sun looked like a blood-soaked coin dangling from the heavens. They watched from the dunes, mothers, griots, generals, as the fleet grew smaller, then vanished altogether. No word returned, not a gull, not a mast, not a bone, only the silence of swallowed dreams. And so the throne fell to Musa, the King of Kings, the Hajj maker, the giver of alms so vast that Cairo's gold market collapsed under the weight of his generosity. But for all his splendor, Musa inherited an empire haunted by absence. He walked through halls where Abu Bakr's footsteps still echoed. He gave sermons in mosques his brother had built but never blessed. And in his sleep, he often whispered strange words in a salt-worn dialect no one else could understand. Then one year, as Musa knelt for dawn prayer, the sky split with thunder. No storm followed, just heat and flies and a shadow that lingered too long. Soon after, his youngest son, born with a birthmark shaped like a curled serpent, fell ill. Then a drought gripped the lands. Then whispers of rebellion. Cities began to burn, not with the fire of war, but with something older, something nameless. The griots say Musa died while standing upright in the mosque, eyes open, unblinking, mouth slightly ajar, as if waiting for a voice from the west to answer him. But his death birthed not mourning, but unraveling. Cousins turned on cousins. Governors crowned themselves kings. The Songhai stalked the borders, and amid the chaos, another story bloomed like fungus on damp stone, that Abu Bakr had not drowned, that the 1,000 ships had reached land, and there found not paradise, but punishment. Spirits of the Atlantic, angered by the intrusion, bound Abu Bakr in serpent form and cast him back across time. Some say he slithered through the veins of Musa's line, devouring sense and unity. Others say he lies coiled beneath the last palace of Niani, whispering poison into the dreams of every would-be heir. One tale, spoken only by the blind priests of Timbuktu, tells of a prince named Maran Kebe, a descendant of Musa, a child whose skin glowed gold in the firelight. He wandered the ruins one night, drawn by a voice in the dust. He followed it through thorns and cracked archways, through a court where statues wept rust. In the center, beneath the broken throne, he found a pit lined with mirrors, none of which showed his reflection. Only a pair of green eyes, slit and shimmering. The serpent spoke in verses, each syllable a coil of honey and venom. It offered him a crown made of teeth, a throne shaped like a boat, and a mother who had never died. All he had to do was bow. They say the boy never returned. But in the weeks that followed, a sickness bloomed across Mali, one that made men forget their names, and women give birth to children with no shadows. And yet, even ruin leaves behind memory. The desert now owns what once belonged to kings. Palaces crumble into dunes. Gold coins are dug up by jackals and swallowed like stones. And still, the old women sit by their fires, grinding millet and humming songs that sound like warnings. They speak of a river that used to flow backward during eclipses, of a throne that kills any man not born under a dying moon, of a sea king who sails not in water, but in dreams. Mansa Musa is remembered in books, his riches, his pilgrimage, his generosity. But Abu Bakr is remembered in blood, in the madness that follows ambition, in the eyes of children who speak languages their mothers never taught them, in the droughts that come without clouds, in the feeling just before sleep that something old and scaled watches from the doorway. If you ever wander the Sahel alone and hear the rush of waves, though no ocean lies nearby, turn away. Do not seek the pit beneath the palace. Do not answer when the gold-eyed serpent calls your name. Before the snow comes, when the frost hangs motionless upon the black branches like ghostly lace, a figure walks the corridors of Urbihus Castle. He wears a mask, the color of dried blood, and the air turns still in his wake. The servants speak no word of him, but the oldest among them light a candle near the hearth and whisper a name the wind dares not carry, Eric. He was once a golden prince, born beneath cathedral bells and the thunder of cannon fire. The year was 1533, and Sweden stirred beneath the shadow of reform. His father, Gustav Vasa, had broken the Catholic grip and crowned himself king, birthing a dynasty that clawed its way from peasant roots to noble might. Eric, the eldest, was raised in amber-lit halls and storm-shadowed study chambers. He read Tacitus and Aristotle by candlelight, but preferred prophecy and stars. His tutors feared his eyes, too wide, too bright, and the way he listened to the silence as though it whispered truths. By the time he claimed the throne in 1560, Eric XIV ruled not only over land but over shadows. He wore a crown carved with celestial sigils, stars and moons etched in silver, and he believed the heavens spoke to him alone. The court smiled with forced obedience, but behind chamber doors they muttered of tremors in the king's mind. He saw invisible monks trailing behind courtiers. He accused ministers of poisoning his breath. His fingers twitched, forever counting something no one else could see. Yet the madness was not constant. It ebbed like a tide. In moments of lucidity, he ruled with startling clarity. He encouraged scholars, mapped distant coastlines, and spoke to peasants in the square like a priest of justice. But when the dark hours came, when sleep was thin and the stars blinked too long, his mind turned to blood. He painted his face with vermilion before council meetings, believing the red mask protected him from betrayal. Ministers trembled when he arrived, lips stained like a martyr, eyes glowing with divine fire. Then came the Sture murders. The nobleman Niels Sture was a pale and soft-spoken man, born of lineage Eric loathed. The Stures, he believed, plotted in shadow, cast spells in Latin, summoned doom from the Baltic depths. Eric had already imprisoned Niels once, humiliating him with a peasant's coat and a public parade. But on May 24th, 1567, in Uppsala Castle, something in Eric broke beyond repair. As the court met in solemn procession, Eric entered in silence, dagger tucked beneath his sleeve. Without a word, he approached Niels and plunged the blade deep into his chest. No one stopped him. Blood soaked the rushes. The nobles stood as still as statues, waiting for the storm to pass. It did not. That same night, Eric ordered the execution of 3 more noblemen, Sten Banner, Abraham Stenbock, Svante Sture, Niels's father. The castle rang with the sound of axes and the hiss of weeping women. Eric, his red mask still wet with Niels' blood, retreated into silence for days. When he emerged, he wandered barefoot into the woods, sobbing into his beard and mumbling psalms. From that moment, the crown he wore grew heavier than iron. His brothers, John and Charles, watched from the shadows. They had always feared Eric's fire, but now they saw it burn the kingdom to ash. The realm quivered beneath uncertainty. Peasants dreamed of famine, nobles fled abroad, and whispers filled the forests. In 1568, John struck. There was no great battle. Eric was cornered like a beast in a corridor of his own castle. The once crowned king, trembling, smeared in red paint, was taken without resistance. They say he wept as they removed his star-carved crown. They say he asked for his astrologer and stared at the ceiling for hours, whispering omens that have never been deciphered. He was imprisoned at Urbihus Castle, a lonely stone fortress wrapped in moss and sea wind. The walls were cold and the bread moldy. Sometimes he was lucid and he wrote poetry, haunting verses about the sky and forgotten gods. Sometimes he screamed through the night, clawing at the walls with bloodied fingers, convinced that invisible monks stood in the corners, praying for his soul. His only companion was the man who brought his food. The records say nothing of his name, only that his hands trembled every time he carried the tray. And then one winter's evening, February of 1577, the pea soup came laced with mercury. Some say it was slow, meant to cause confusion and sickness before death. Others claim it was a swift mercy. Either way, Eric died twitching on the cold floor, face twisted in confusion, red paint smeared across his cheeks. The candle by his bed guttered out moments later. There was no royal funeral. His name was never spoken at court again. His brothers ruled, and the Vasa dynasty endured. But never again did it shine with Eric's strange fire. The stars on his old crown were polished clean, but some said they never gleamed again, as if they remembered. And yet, the story does not end in the tomb. Servants at Urbihus whisper of footsteps in the empty halls each winter, soft, uneven, halting. Before snowfall, the air grows warm for a single breath, as though someone exhales after centuries of silence. In the dining hall, some have seen the long wooden table set without explanation, a bowl of untouched soup placed at the king's old seat. On frost-bitten mirrors, a red smear appears and fades before dawn. They call him the Crimson Mask, a monarch without a throne, a brother betrayed by his blood, a madman painted like a martyr. When the snow comes again, and the wind circles the castle like a hungry dog, some say you can still hear his voice in the wind. Not screaming, not sobbing, but reciting lines of old poetry, each word dragged slowly through the centuries. And the stars that crowned me, he whispers, turned black in the winter sun. Somewhere beyond time, perhaps he still counts invisible monks, still wears the color of war upon his face, still waits for his crown. But no one dares place it on his head again. Beneath the ever-graying sky of Lisbon, in the season when the sea smelled of iron and rain, there once lived a queen whose prayers wandered into madness. They called her Maria, the pious, the first of her name, crowned by divine right, robed in velvet, kissed by the Holy Ghost. But to the wind that wailed through the cracked shutters of the Ajuda Palace, she was simply the Mirror Queen. And she listened to voices the living could not hear. Before the fall, the court spoke of her with reverence. Her steps echoed softly on marble cloisters, her hands folded always in prayer. In youth, Maria had been devout, painfully so. Her faith hung about her like an iron veil. She saw sin everywhere, even in the laughter of children, even in the shimmer of moonlight across silk. She feared hell more than death, and so she clutched the church tightly, as a widow clings to a husband's portrait. Her confessor, Father Almeida, was the one man who ever seemed to calm her storms, until he too was taken. It happened quickly, like God had turned his face all at once. First, her husband, Pedro, coughed up blood on white sheets, the color of shrouds. Then, her eldest son, the heir, fell to fever. The priests said it was God's design. But Maria, stricken and skeletal, stared into the dark mirror in her bedchamber and saw not heaven's plan, but something else. She claimed the mirror whispered now. At night, she would press her palms to the glass until they bled, whispering back. "Devils," she said. "The devils have found me." Servants began to whisper too, behind closed doors and behind fans. They said she no longer slept, that she wandered the halls in her shift, hair loose, trailing like funeral ribbons, that she knelt in the chapel long after the candles had burned down to stubs, mouthing names only the dead remembered, that her eyes did not blink anymore. Then came the masses. Each night, she commanded her court chaplains to conduct solemn liturgies in the chapel of the Ajuda Palace, but not for the living. No, Maria would line the pews with the dressed corpses of those recently departed. Nobles, children, commoners, it mattered not. Their bodies stitched and perfumed, their mouths held shut with wax and wire. The choir boys were made to sing soft requiems to these guests of death, as if their spirits still sat listening. Maria would nod through the homily, whisper responses to the priest, and even offer her own hushed sermons to the unmoving congregation. Sometimes, when a body decayed too far to remain seated, She had it laid at her feet like a dog. They say she wept with love at every sermon. The people began to fear her, but none dared speak it aloud. The church feared her piety, the court feared her power, and her son, Jerome, the prince regent, feared what he might one day inherit. It grew worse in the years that followed. Thunderstorms rolled endlessly across the Tagus River, and with them came screams, high, ragged, and inhuman, from the Queen's chambers. Her physicians dosed her with laudanum, mixed with opium and tinctures of poppy and vine. Still, she would not sleep. "They are in the mirrors," she would sob, clawing at the glass, her fingers raw and swollen. "They wait for me." One night, she shattered every mirror in the palace with a candelabrum. Another, she painted crucifixes in her own blood on the windows. By then, she had to be carried to the masses. Her legs no longer worked, but her voice had grown stronger. Strange hymns in Latin no priest recalled teaching her. The choirs, pale and trembling, sang on. Some began to faint mid-hymn. One boy ran from the chapel mid-sermon and threw himself from the palace parapet. The court was unraveling, thread by golden thread, and so the prince fled. Jerome gathered the remaining nobles, the treasures, and the colonial coffers, and boarded a fleet of ships under moonless skies. Portugal's government, crown and glory, was smuggled across the sea like contraband to Brazil. Lisbon was left behind to rot with its queen. They kept her in a room lined with wool and prayer. The windows were nailed shut, the mirrors banished. No one outside the palace gates was permitted to speak her name. She was now only a shadow behind velvet curtains, a forgotten psalm in the royal book. She lived like this for 11 more years. When the storm came, it rolled over Lisbon like a closing tomb. Winds howled down alleyways, shaking lanterns from their posts. The sea surged in black waves, striking the docks with fists of salt. And in the Ajuda Palace, Maria Tyne exhaled her final breath. No one knows what she saw in those final seconds, but the nurses swore her lips were smiling. After her death, the chapel where she had held her nightly masses was bricked over. The choir robes were burned. The mirrors were reinstalled, but never in her bedchamber. And when they tried to restore the monarchy, it limped back, never whole. The court was fractured, the throne cursed by whispers. Her descendants bore the mark of her suffering like a wound that never closed. Madness became royal custom. Her lineage would scatter across wars and exiles, but the silence she left behind remained. Some nights, when Lisbon fogs over and the bell towers toll long past the hour, the choir boys of today say they hear something in the wind, a minor key, sung by voices not their own. They say a woman walks the halls of Ajuda still, holding mass with the dead. And if you look into the old mirror kept in the Queen's sealed chambers, still hidden in the palace attic, you might see her, still kneeling, still praying, still waiting for the hymn to end. The sky above Pontus was the color of bruised metal, hanging low over the Black Sea like a curse. In the twilight before war, before betrayal, before memory itself, there was a man whose blood turned bitter with distrust. A king born not just into a crown, but into the shadow of death. They called him Mithridates, the Poison King, not because he dealt it, though he did, but because he feared it. And from that fear, he built an empire. In the stone-hewn palace above the sea cliffs of Sinop, where the gulls cried like lost souls and the salt wind carried omens, a boy grew under constant watch. His name was whispered rather than spoken aloud. Mithridates, sixth of his name. He was born with the cold stare of prophecy, and before he could speak a full sentence, he had seen the trembling cup passed from one royal hand to another, the one that never reached the lips of his father. A sip, a stagger, and then silence. King Mithridates V, dead without a mark. Poison, they said. Too quick, too clean. The boy never forgot the silence that followed, so he vanished, disappeared into the forests of Pontus, like a ghost child. For 7 years he wandered, hunted, studied. He fed on berries and herbs, but more importantly, he began a ritual, a dreadful sacrament of daily poisons: aconite, belladonna, hemlock, stramonium. Just enough to tremble the fingers, to blur the eyes, to dance with death without succumbing. Day by day, the chalice of toxins hardened him from within. His blood thickened, his nerves deadened. He was not building a body. He was building a fortress no assassin could breach. And when he returned, he was king. His cloak was black as scorched silk, and his eyes carried the weight of serpents. The kingdom he inherited had fractured like broken pottery, surrounded on all sides by Rome, deceit, and ambitious bloodlines. But Mithridates, he moved like a chess master. He conquered swiftly: Cappadocia, Bithynia, Armenia, Thrace. Cities fell before him, not only by the sword, but by the silent weapon he knew so well: poison in a goblet, a ring, a kiss. His court became a place of rituals and secrets: gold-leafed cups, wine dark as blood, tables lined with vials, each labeled with a dead man's name. And in the torchlit halls, courtiers whispered that their king could drink from any chalice and live, that no man, no woman could kill him, not by knife, nor brew, nor fate. Even his own physicians feared to tend him, lest they accidentally prick his skin and be accused of treachery. But for all his might, Mithridates was alone in a hall of mirrors. Every servant a potential traitor, every child a possible usurper. His wives lived in luxury, but under lock and key. His sons grew under his gaze like plants turned toward a storm. And in the shadows of his empire, Rome waited. 3 great wars he waged against them, the famed Mithridatic Wars. In the first, he struck first and struck hard. He ordered the slaughter of every Roman in his lands, 80,000 by dusk, their bodies left as a message carved in flesh. The Romans called it the Asiatic Vespers. He called it cleansing. But vengeance is a Roman virtue. They came like the tide, Lucullus, then Pompey the Great. Mithridates fled east, then north, always slipping through the cracks like oil in a stone basin. When trapped, he poisoned his enemies. When cornered, he vanished into the forests once more, like the boy who had once disappeared. Yet even kings run out of roads. His eldest son, Machares, whom he had made ruler of the Bosporus, turned against him. Then his youngest, Pharnaces, rebelled outright, leading a coup within the palace walls. Betrayed by blood, Mithridates gathered his last loyalists and fled to the citadel of Ponticapium, above the cliffs of the Crimean Sea. The sky was grey, the air heavy. Winter was approaching, and the wolves howled louder than the wind. There, in a chamber of stone and firelight, he uncorked the vial. It was time. He raised the goblet, the same black wine that had danced on his lips every day for 40 years. The same blend he had perfected with care and dread. It was laced with enough poison to kill 20 men, enough to shatter a dynasty. He drank, and nothing happened. His stomach churned, his skin blanched, but he did not die. The fortress he had built within his own veins held strong. The very immunity he had forged had become his curse. In a cruel jest of fate, the man who had survived countless assassins, who had drank venom like water, could not even take his own life. He staggered against the marble wall, panting. His guards watched in silence, frozen. And then Mithridates, king of kings, bane of Rome, master of poisons, looked one of them in the eye and whispered a command. The sword was swift. When the Romans arrived, they found his body still warm, laid upon a furred throne, surrounded by scorched scrolls and shattered bottles. His empire, once vast and glittering, cracked apart like clay in the sun. Rome took it all, land, coin, and memory, but not the myth. To this day, sailors speak of a shadow near the Bosporus Straits, where the sea turns black beneath the cliffs. They say a figure walks the shore in twilight, a chalice in hand, robes flowing like funeral banners. And if you dream deeply enough, in the hour just before dawn, you may see him. Mithridates, Poison King, undying. He'll raise his cup toward you and ask, "Can you stomach the crown?" And in that moment, when salt and shadow hang in the air, you must answer carefully. For it is not just a question, it is a curse. The crown, you see, is always poisoned. The sand around Jerusalem burned white in the sun, white like the dead, like disease, like bone polished by time. Beneath that cursed brilliance stood a boy whose flesh withered even as his crown was forged. His name was Baldwin, son of Amalric, but the world came to know him by another title, the Leper King. They say he was only 13 when the crown settled upon his head in the Holy Sepulchre, the incense swirling thick like ancient ghosts around the cathedral's stone ribs. Trumpets echoed across the blood-worn city, but behind the veil of celebration, something darker whispered. For Baldwin's skin had already begun to betray him. His hands numb to touch, his face pale and taut, his limbs gnawed by an invisible rot. The monks had a word for it: leprosy, the judgment of God, the mark of the untouchable, and yet he reigned. Jerusalem in those years was a holy wound, a kingdom of relics and ruin perched between desert and blood. The streets rang with pilgrims' hymns and the quiet scratching of spies. The Templars polished their swords beneath the gaze of crucifixes. Priests dipped their fingers into sacred oil by day and conspired with kings by night. And there, in a throne room hewn from ancient stone, Baldwin ruled, draped in silver mail to hide the disease blooming beneath. His hands, hidden in velvet gloves, began to tremble. His voice grew colder, stronger, distant. The child king was becoming something more, something spectral. He rode into war against Saladin, not as a prince of flesh, but a vision in white steel. The Saracens feared the sight of him, a ghost king astride a war horse, his eyes burning behind the visor, his banner stitched with crosses and vultures. At Montgisard, though outnumbered, he shattered Saladin's armies in a blaze of divine fury. The dust was soaked with Saracen blood, and Baldwin, too weak to sit upright, was propped on horseback like a holy statue, while his knights rallied around him. Some said the Virgin guided his hand. Others swore they saw angels in the dust, shielding his leprous face from the sun. But even kings who conquer cannot halt the tide of time or decay. As the years wore on, his affliction deepened, fingers blackened and fell like dried leaves. His sight faded. He became blind, his face swathed in linen. He ruled now not by vision, but by memory, by echo, by trust and betrayal. The court turned restless, like a hound circling its dying master. Power drew parasites. His sister Sibylla circled like a hawk. Her husband, Guy de Lusignan, hatching ambitions too wide for his narrow soul. The factions split the court like rotting fruit, Templars against Hospitallers, nobles against nobles, whispers against prayers. He could not marry. He could not sire an heir. The curse of his flesh sealed the fate of his line, but still he fought. He named heirs, dismissed them, named others, fought again. Every breath became a negotiation between spirit and body, crown and corpse. Even as his body failed, Baldwin's mind sharpened into something cold and relentless. He outmaneuvered his enemies with a hand he could no longer feel. He cloaked his frailty in myth, commanding obedience through fear and awe. Few dared defy the king who could not die fast enough. But time is cruel to miracles. The land began to reject him. Crops withered, pilgrims vanished on the roads. The bells of the church rang not for victory, but funerals. And still, Baldwin clung to his crown with fingers no longer whole, his breath rattling in the great halls of Jerusalem like wind through tombs. In the end, he saw nothing, only darkness, warm and deep. They say he died in silence, wrapped in royal linens, his corpse entombed beneath the church of the Holy Sepulchre. A boy king turned legend, a relic. Within a year of his death, Jerusalem fell. The city that had once raised a leprous child to the throne was handed to Saladin after the disastrous defeat at Hattin. Guy de Lusignan, whom Baldwin had tried so desperately to keep from power, led the armies into ruin. The true cross was taken, the knights slaughtered, the kingdom of heaven undone in flame and shame. The holy city wept beneath new banners, and the blood of saints mixed with the dust of prophets. But Baldwin's tomb remained untouched. Some said the land had rejected his blood, that accursed king brought ruin upon Zion. Others, with quieter hearts, believed he was the last anointed, chosen not in spite of his affliction, but because of it, that he bore the suffering of a kingdom in his own body, that his decaying hands held back the tide of doom for as long as flesh would allow. Even now, deep beneath Jerusalem's vaults, pilgrims speak his name like a prayer or a warning. The leper king, Baldwin of the Silver Mail, the boy who ruled from the edge of death, who faced Saladin blind and unbroken, who wore his suffering like a crown of thorns. In the stillness of night, when candlelight flickers against ancient stone, some say you can hear him, the soft clink of armor echoing through the dark corridors of time. A king not of flesh, but of legend, a monarch whose reign was a holy fever dream, whose pain became a fortress, whose legacy was written not in scrolls, but in scars. And perhaps that was enough, for not all kings are meant to last. Some are meant to burn. They say the stars changed their path the night she arrived. A foreign girl with fire in her blood, dragged in chains through the frost-bitten gates of Istanbul, sold like spice or silk to the Sultan's palace. She was given no name of her own, only Roxolana, the girl from Ruthenia, the red-haired one, the Storm Maiden. They shaved her head and taught her to smile. But beneath her lashes, behind the sweet words, something ancient stirred. Not love, not even hatred, but something deeper, rooted in frost-bitten soil and unmarked graves. She became a whisper in the harem's halls long before she rose to speak. The palace of Topkapi glittered then, as if gilded in divine favor. Suleiman, the magnificent, ruler of the known world, walked among marble and shadow. His word was law, his silence prophecy. And yet, when he looked upon the girl, his breath caught. She laughed, they say, openly, carelessly, in a courtyard where laughter had no place. Her joy was foreign, her wit sharpened like a scimitar, and in that laughter, something in the Sultan cracked. He took her once, then twice, then every night. The other concubines faded into silence. The Queen Mother's warnings fell like dust on a cold floor. Roxolana did not fade. She burned. And then she spoke, not in private, not in whispers, but before viziers and muftis. She did what none had done. She married the Sultan. The harem shuddered. The court reeled. No woman had sat beside the throne since the empire's dawn, but Roxolana was no woman. They whispered she was fate in flesh, moving the hands of the divine clock forward. She bore him sons, not one but many, and each birth carved a fracture into the old laws of succession. The Ottoman Empire had no tolerance for brotherhood. It had only room for one heir, and all others were ash in waiting. So they waited. First was Mehmed, the promising one, dead before his time, of illness, they said. But the whispers said otherwise. A cup left unattended, a handmaid paid in silence. Then came Mustafa, the jewel of the empire, son of another woman, too beloved, too adored. The soldiers loved him. The people prayed for him. Roxolana watched from behind her silks. One night, the Janissaries marched through the palace gardens, bearing no drums. Mustafa had been summoned to his father's tent. There, in the perfumed shadows, with no trial, no farewell, palace guards strangled him with a silken cord. He fought them like a lion, they say, eyes wide with betrayal. Suleiman wept as he ordered it, but Roxolana did not appear to mourn. She walked calmly the next day, dressed in soft white, like snowfall over a graveyard. Only 2 sons remained. Selim, the indulgent one, soft with wine and women, and Bayezid, the fiery, reckless dreamer. Roxolana's plan unfolded with the inevitability of a storm. Bayezid was accused of treason. He fled to Persia, was promised sanctuary, then betrayed and beheaded. His head was wrapped in silk and sent to his father. Selim, drunk and trembling, was now heir to the greatest empire on earth. He ruled badly. The empire did not fall, but it withered. Ministers conspired in opium haze. Viziers sold secrets to the wind. Selim drowned in his own decadence. His sons fought like wolves in a butcher's yard. One slit his brother's throat while he slept. Another hanged himself in a garden. The golden age dimmed. The call to prayer still rose, but the city listened with a numb heart. And still, Roxolana's tomb remained, untouched, it was said, by time or nature. She died before the collapse, but the cracks had already spread. They buried her beside Suleiman in the Suleymaniye Mosque. But her tomb was strange. The tiles shimmer in dusky blues and faded crimson, painted with stars not seen in our sky. The constellations seem to shift when the moonlight touches them, never quite in the same place twice. Astronomers who studied them claimed madness, visions, nights of sleepwalking. One said the stars matched those in an ancient Persian manuscript, where the heavens foretold of queens born from ash and ruin. The stars in Roxolana's tomb point not to the heavens, but to something deeper, downward. Some say she cursed the empire. Others say she saw the curse long before it came and tried to burn it from the roots. What is certain is this: after her, no woman was merely a shadow in the harem. They became puppeteers, poisoners, whisperers, and queens. And yet no woman ever held such sway again. Not like her. They say if you enter her tomb at dusk, when the prayer call hangs in the wind and the sun dies behind the hills, you may hear something. Not weeping, not laughter, breathing, a presence, patient, waiting. The Sultana, wrapped in velvet silence, listening for the empire's last breath. Empires do not fall in flames alone. Sometimes they decay from within, cell by cell, dream by dream. Roxolana did not break the empire. she touched it, and it broke itself around her, like ice cracking under a single step. Long after her bones turned to dust, mothers whispered her name to frightened daughters. Not as a warning, but as a promise. It began with silence. A silence so thick, so absolute, it seemed to press against the bones of the earth. Snow fell in slow, mournful spirals from a sky the color of old ash. No birds cried, no wind dared howl, only the breath of winter, shallow, biting, and still, moved across the frozen fields of Nancy, where men once stood with swords drawn, banners raised, and death written into the marrow of their ambition. And in the heart of that silence, a crown bled. They called him Charles the Bold, not for his bravery alone, but for the fire that consumed him from within. The Duke of Burgundy, he wore armor etched with flame, as if to warn the heavens that even the cold could not tame him. His eyes, they said, burned like forge coals. His voice could still a feast hall or ignite a battlefield. He claimed descent from Trojan kings and Roman emperors, from spirits older than Europe itself. And he believed, deep in the iron roots of his pride, that destiny was a forge he would hammer with blood and glory. But the forge had grown cold. In the bitter January of 1477, as frost-bitten dawn crept like a ghost across the snow-sunken hills, Charles rode into battle one final time. The Battle of Nancy, they would later call it, though no name could cage what transpired that day. The Duke's forces were worn and starved, clad in tattered colors, their horses emaciated, their swords dull from too many swings and too few victories. Still, Charles refused to retreat. "I do not flee," he had once growled, "for my shadow would be shamed. But shadows mean little when the sun is gone." He had been warned, the chroniclers whisper. A prophet, a woman cloaked in dead leaves and frostbite, had crossed his path weeks before. In some version, she was a beggar. In others, a former nun or a veiled druidess. But all stories agree, she spoke with hollow conviction. "If thy blood be spilled on winter's breath, the wolves shall come, and they shall not leave even thy name behind." He laughed, they say. He called for wine. He had her dragged from his presence, and so he rode into the blizzard. His banners, once crimson and gold, flapped limp and blackened with soot from frozen campfires. His men followed. They say his warhorse, a beast called Ferrum, slipped once before the charge began. An omen. No one spoke of it aloud. What followed was not a battle. It was a collapse. The Swiss forces struck like hammers on porcelain. From the woods and from the hills, they descended with the precision of falling stars. Burgundian lines shattered, ice-crusted earth cracked beneath fleeing boots, swords clanged briefly before vanishing into silence. And Charles, he vanished too. For 3 days, the snow reclaimed the dead. Bodies stiffened in their final agonies, limbs twisted, mouths agape, eyes glazed over like stained glass. Wolves came, as the prophet promised, slinking from the woods in silence. They feasted on the flesh of fallen noble and peasant alike, paw prints trailing red behind them. And then, on the 4th day, they found him, or what remained. His face was gone, stripped by teeth and time. His body lay in a shallow ravine, armored limbs splayed like broken marionette strings. His scalp had been torn. A great wound gaped beneath his eye. But the hands, those calloused, commanding hands, still clutched the hilt of a sword half buried in ice. There was no crown upon his head. No ruby gleamed in his helmet. Only rust, frost, and the stink of ancient iron. The Duke of Burgundy had become carrion, and with him, the duchy died. There would be no more bold charges, no more flaming crests, no more proud declarations of sovereignty. His daughter, Mary of Burgundy, would be forced by circumstance and ambition into marriage with Maximilian of Austria. Thus did the Habsburgs, hungry as any wolf, swallow the remains of Burgundy, and the crown passed into silence. Or so the chroniclers would have you believe. But there are whispers still of the bleeding crown. Once it gleamed, a circlet forged in the likeness of flame, its arches dipped with rubies, its weight blessed with oil and war prayers. Charles had worn it into battle many times, never allowing it to rest in the vaults of Dijon. It was said the rubies darkened when blood was spilled on the field, pulsing faintly in the moonlight. After his death, it vanished. Some claim it was taken by looters, broken, sold, melted. Others say it lies buried beneath the ravine, wrapped in Charles's shredded cloak, forever leaching rust and sorrow into the earth. But the villagers who still live near Nancy say that on certain nights, when the blizzard returns and the fields go silent, you can hear a hollow ringing like iron on bone. And if you walk too far into the snow, you may see it, a glint of red, not fire, not ruby, but blood. The wolves know. They gather in a circle where the crown fell, heads bowed as if mourning something ancient and ruined. They do not howl. They simply wait, as though the blood that once summoned them still whispers, promising the return of flame and ambition and foolish, frozen pride. And what of the man, Charles, son of Philip the Good, last independent Duke of Burgundy? He has become more myth than monarch. The bards do not sing of him gladly, but in reverent murmurs. A man who sought to be eternal, and in doing so, vanished into legend. A man who believed himself a storm, only to be unmade by one. Even now, in the corridors of crumbling castles, where banners hang like dried skins and the wind weeps through arrow slits, the story is told. Of a crown that bled, of a duke who dared defy prophecy, of winter's judgment, and the silence that follows when the bold are broken. For history remembers kings who ruled. But legend remembers those who tried to rule fate and failed. They say he was born beneath a shrouded sky, when the blood moon hung low, casting a crimson stain upon the waters of Hun River. The midwives spoke in whispers as the child drew his first breath, the wind rustling the rice paper walls like ancient silk robes dragged across the floor of some unseen chamber. His mother, a concubine rather than a queen, wept not with joy, but with foreboding. For in the capital of Hanyang, the stars were no longer trusted. Comets had scorched the heavens. Owls cried at noon, and from the deep bamboo groves came sounds like laughter spoken backward. The boy was named Guanghe, brightness between heaven and earth, though those who charted the night sky noted he was marked more by shadow than light. He was not meant for the throne. He had elder brothers of purer blood, sons of queens, born with ministers at their cradles, and banners stitched with their names. But when the land groaned beneath the weight of war, and when foreign boots trampled Joseon soil during the Japanese invasions, it was Guanghe who rose from the embers with ash on his cheek and a general's clarity in his gaze. He fought like a man possessed, not with sword, but with strategy. While fire consumed the palaces, he orchestrated resistance, restored order, safeguarded the royal bloodline. By the time peace returned, the court could no longer ignore the glow he had summoned from ruin. So they crowned him a prince of compromise, his seat balanced precariously between tradition and necessity. But the winds never stopped whispering, and the bamboo groves still murmured his name in the language of ghosts. from the moment he sat upon the eclipse throne, so named by later scholars for the omens that shadowed his reign. He ruled with brilliance and dread. He repaired scorched palaces with artistry bordering on reverence, pouring funds into the rebuilding of Cheongdeokgung, which rose anew from the charred earth like a phoenix of stone and lacquer. He secured the borders, balanced warring court factions with the patience of a man playing Go against time itself. But the throne had many eyes and few allies. His own ministers spat honeyed words by day, then plotted by moonlight. His own stepmother carved secret letters into lacquered scrolls, naming other sons more fit to wear the jade sash. And still, the heavens watched. On the night of the lunar eclipse, the court froze as the moon turned black above the capital. Ritualists fell into frenzy, burning bundles of straw effigies and whispering prayers older than the dynasty. Gwanghee stood on the upper veranda of the palace, unmoving. He did not pray. He did not bow. He watched the light vanish from the moon, as if the sky itself disapproved of his existence. He said simply, "Then let it watch me build." The omens came faster after that. Comets with tails like burning swords, earthquakes that split ancient tiles, swarms of crows that circled the palace and refused to scatter. Court scribes began recording heavenly phenomena as daily entries. The bamboo groves that lined the walkways whispered in a tongue only madmen and poets could translate. Servants fled. Ministers began dreaming of pale children with hollow eyes leading them into the hills. Rumors spread that Gwanghee kept a mirror in his chamber, not for vanity, but to speak with a shadow that answered in his own voice. Then there were the voices. It began with the nurses, women in starched white hanbok who served in the palace nursery, claimed to hear lullabies sung by no one. Notes hummed in forgotten dialects. Doors closed gently on their own. A royal cook slit his wrists in the scullery after claiming to see a procession of headless children dancing through the kitchen. When guards searched his quarters, they found his walls covered in names, names of princes long dead, names buried in forgotten tombs, names never spoken aloud. The court dared not accuse their king of sorcery, but behind closed doors they whispered, Gwanghee was haunted not just by guilt, but by the very heirs he had displaced. Spirits of the unborn, ghosts of brothers suffocated in their cradles by invisible hands. Daughters that died of fevers no doctor could name. The throne was rejecting him. The dynasty itself, like a gnarled old tree, was twisting to shed an unworthy branch. And yet, Gwanghee ruled. With eyes sunken from sleepless nights and robes darker than morning silk, he ruled. He commissioned celestial maps and irrigation projects. He sent envoys to foreign kingdoms bearing gifts of paper lanterns and bronze mirrors etched with mountain spirits. He passed laws to protect the common folk, even as the nobility cursed his name in wine-soaked gatherings. But it was not enough. Blood, once spilled in royal halls, demands more. His family turned first. The Queen Dowager, with her face veiled in virtue, rallied old ministers behind her. They whispered of a rightful prince, Gwanghee's half-brother Nungyang, meek in manner and easy to mold. Assassins were hired, plans drawn, betrayals planted like seeds in spring. Gwanghee awoke one dawn to find his guard had melted away like snow in sun. There was no battle, no cry of rebellion. The palace simply closed its gates to him. They exiled him to Jeju, the island of storms. There, in a thatched cottage by the cliffs, the Moon King lived out his last years. No servants, no crown, only the tide, the wind, and the pale orb that once heralded his birth. They say he spoke to the sea like an old friend, that he drew maps in the sand with his finger, maps of cities that never were, palaces with no doors, gardens that bloomed only at night. Fishermen claimed they saw him walking barefoot into the waves, whispering to the shadows. No monument marks his death, no tomb carved with calligraphy. He vanished like vapor into the mists of history. Some say his body was taken by the ocean, others that he walks still, on nights when the moon bleeds once, again whispering secrets to the stars that dared to watch him fall. And so, Gwanghaegan, brilliant, unloved, forgotten, lingers only in fragments. A phantom king, a name chiseled softly into the memory of the moon, long after the palace gates closed, long after the bamboo fell silent. He remains, watching. They called her the Wolf Queen, not for her cruelty, but for her watchfulness, for the silence with which she circled the old stone corridors of Palermo by night, her cloak trailing like mist through the torches. She bore the look of a woman who had wandered too long through prophetic dreams. Her name was Constance, and the fate of kingdoms coiled around her like smoke around a censer. She was born of Norman blood, a daughter of the great house of Hauteville, but she arrived too late, too far removed in time from the sword-bright glories of her forefathers. When her birth cry echoed off the cathedral walls of Sicily, the empire her ancestors had carved out with fire was already trembling at the seams, its roots wormed with jealousy and whispered heresy. They say she was cloistered as a child, sworn to God, until the stars, those old tyrants of fate, pulled her back into the world of crowns. When she married Henry VI, the Holy Roman Emperor, it was not for love. Love had no seat at that cold candlelit table. It was a union of daggers, sheathed in silk, of power passed hand to hand like a bloodied relic. The people did not cheer. They murmured. They feared the woman with eyes like a still lake, with hair too dark and face too pale. They feared the tales of midnight seances, of nuns who spoke in tongues in her private chapel, of astronomers who charted comets in her service, of a queen who never blinked when men were broken on wheels. But no fear was as deep as the one that followed her pregnancy. The child she bore would inherit Sicily and the empire both, a unity too vast, too dangerous. And so they said, this child is a phantom, a changeling, a conjured trick. Constance had grown too old, they claimed, too barren for life to spark within her. Some whispered she had stolen a peasant boy. Others said her womb had long since dried, and what grew in her now was not of man nor God. She heard them she always heard. Constance, the Wolf Queen, who listened more than she spoke. And so, one hot day in the square of Jesse, surrounded by nobles, bishops, merchants, and beggars, she did what no queen had done. She gave birth in public, beneath a canopy, but in full witness, while priests read psalms and officials counted every cry. Her groans were sharp, stripped of modesty. Blood ran between her thighs onto the wooden dais. Her teeth clenched against the pane, but her eyes did not look away from the horizon. The boy was named Frederick, and the wind changed that day. It carried with it not just the cries of the newborn, but the soft muttering of an old woman wrapped in grey. She was a nun, they say, blind in one eye, lips cracked from fasting. She had walked from a convent in the hills, barefoot for days. No one remembered inviting her. No one remembered stopping her. But she stood near the edge of the crowd, beneath the shadow of a leaning bell tower, and when the final cord was cut, she whispered, Your son shall rise above popes, and bring ruin upon altars. And the church, in its hunger, shall curse your name in every century hence. Some say Constance heard her and said nothing. Others say she looked the old nun in the face and replied, "Let it be so. He will not be the church's dog." The nun was burned 3 days later. Her ashes were scattered on the sea, but the curse lingered like dampness in stone. Frederick II grew like a flame sheltered from wind, clever, multilingual, unholy, they said. He read Aristotle while other princes hunted. He wore robes stitched with stars and conversed with Moorish astronomers in the palace gardens. He questioned scripture. He welcomed Jews, Muslims, Greeks. His court in Palermo shimmered with strangeness. Astrologers, mathematicians, poets who spoke in riddles. The Pope called him the Antichrist. Not once, but thrice was he excommunicated, and yet he ruled. He negotiated crusades not with swords, but with letters. He entered Jerusalem without bloodshed, crowned himself where the church would not, and dared to say God could be understood by reason. All the while, Sicily groaned beneath the weight of mystery. Storms came at wrong seasons, the moon hung too low, statues wept, and in the hill, monasteries, nuns began dreaming of fire and wolves. One carved a warning into the stone of her cell: "He shall die before his time, and his bones shall wander." And so it was. Frederick died not on a battlefield, but in a hunting lodge near Lucera, alone but for a few physicians, whispering verses of Horace. The empire freed before the smoke of his pyre had risen. His sons were hunted. His name was struck from banners. The church exhaled, but the breath was bitter. They say Constance saw it all before she died. That in her last days, she sat alone beneath the mosaic dome of Palermo's chapel, hands folded, lips moving in languages no longer spoken. That she no longer spoke to courtiers or confessors, but to statues and stars. That she walked barefoot through the tombs by candlelight, whispering to old bones. That she lit incense not for saints, but for something older. The Wolf Queen lies now in the Cathedral of Palermo, carved in alabaster, her eyes eternally closed. Tourists pass her tomb, unaware. But some nights, when the air is thick and salt-heavy, monks hear soft footsteps echo where no one walks, and dogs howl not at the moon, but at the chapel wall. In the silence of those nights, Sicily remembers, not the empires or the wars, but the woman who dared give birth beneath heaven's gaze, who wore whispers like armor, who defied the church not with armies, but with blood, fire, and fate. She is dust now, and yet she remains, a shadow in the stones, a flicker behind candle flames. The curse did not die. It waits, and the child of the Wolf Queen still dreams in the ruins of forgotten empires. They called him Le Roi Horloger, the clockmaker king. In the hidden chambers of Versailles, where the golden mirrors never blinked and the chandeliers hung like constellations in frozen time, a boy with solemn blue eyes grew not into a sovereign of men, but of mechanisms. He preferred the gentle resistance of copper springs to the clamor of court politics. While his ancestors waged wars and crushed uprisings, Louis XVI sat hunched over gears and keys, his fingers blackened by oil, his mind entranced by the secrets of time. The palace air smelled of beeswax and rosewater, but behind one locked door, it carried the musk of brass filings and scorched lamp oil. There, under flickering candlelight, the king constructed worlds of ticking logic, intricate timepieces with celestial maps, locks that responded to secret sequences, and pocket watches carved with symbols no tutor had taught him. In this mechanical solitude, he found the only rhythm he could control. Outside Paris Bled, the Seine, sluggish and grey, curled past bakeries whose windows displayed no bread. The cries of children with bellies, caved in like old drums, echoed off stone alleyways. A loaf cost more than a week's wage. Winter bit with black teeth. Yet inside Versailles, the fountains still sang, silk still rustled, and Louis, in his padded chambers, built a compass that pointed not north, but inward. He had been born into divinity. They told him his bloodline stretched to God. But Louis had never felt the heavens stir when he knelt in chapel. He believed in balance, not providence, in precision, not providence. As his people suffered, he wound his clocks with trembling care, hoping, perhaps, that time too could be rewound. The Bastille cracked open on the 14th of July, 1789. That ancient prison, with its thick breath of mold and ghosts, crumbled under the fists of the desperate. On that night, as screams roared across Paris and smoke curled like a black crown over the city, Louis stood by the window of his study, clutching a pocket watch he'd made as a boy. It ticked slowly, stubbornly. He stared at it, as if it could answer the question he never dared speak aloud. When did I lose them? His ministers begged him to act. The court trembled with gossip. His wife, Marie Antoinette, with her powdered hair and widening eyes, urged him to flee or fight. But Louis was paralyzed, not by cowardice, but by confusion. He had loved his people, hadn't he? Hadn't he reduced taxes, allowed the Estates General to meet? Hadn't he given them bread when he could? But it was not bread they wanted. It was justice, a reckoning, an end to the lie that God favored the gilded and not the hungry. Louis watched the revolution like a man watching an avalanche from his balcony, too far away to feel the snow, yet close enough to hear the rumble. The years that followed moved like a procession of ghosts. The National Assembly, the storming of Versailles, the Women's March. The king, once a god, became a prisoner. The palace turned silent, the halls no longer echoing with music, but with the heavy steps of guards. At the Tuileries, where the monarchy now resided, he still asked for his tools. Even under house arrest, he built locks without keys, a sundial that functioned indoors, and one final timepiece, elegant and simple, its hands shaped like daggers. They came for him in January 1793. The trial was swift. The charges, tyranny, betrayal, indifference. He listened quietly, his expression unreadable. His enemies expected rage. They found remorse. On the morning of January 21st, under a slate-grey sky that held no warmth, Louis awoke before dawn. He dressed slowly, refused the priest's last rites. His hands, once skilled in gears and springs, trembled not with fear, but with cold. They bound them anyway. He was led to the guillotine at Place de la Révolution, the scaffold rising like a wooden altar. The crowd stretched beyond sight, silent, tensely breathing as one body. They say he tried to speak, that he raised his voice to say, "I forgive you." Some heard it, others deny it, but all remember the blade. It fell fast. The executioner held up the head as if offering it to the sky. The silence broke into cheers, then sobs. The king had fallen, not in battle, but beneath a machine he could never master. His blood soaked the cobblestones, yet time, cruel time, kept ticking. Later, when the palace was ransacked, revolutionaries discovered a small clock among his possessions, a modest thing, worn smooth by years of turning. It still worked, still chimed the hour, still moved forward, indifferent to thrones, to revolutions, to human pride. It is said that when Napoleon crowned himself emperor years later, a shadow fell across his shoulder. And when the monarchy returned, with less grandeur, less holiness, and more caution, they found that divine right no longer meant what it once did. The age of kings had been rewound, but not restored. And somewhere, in the silent halls of the past, Louis XVI still leans over his desk, soldering a gear, adjusting a spring, whispering to time like a penitent child. Not to stop it, not to control it, but to understand why it left him behind. The clockmaker king, who listened too closely to the tick and not enough to the cry. In the black forests of Wallachia, where mist never fully lifts and the trees seem to whisper old names in the wind, there is a path that no map will show, a trail swallowed by moss and myth. Those who walk it feel a silence far older than man, older than faith, older than fear. And should one dare walk far enough, past the bleeding oaks and the stone crosses sunk in time, they may glimpse it, a shattered chapel where mirrors once lined the walls like sentinels, and where a name once echoed louder than God. They called him the Mirror Prince, not because he was vain, nor because he sought his reflection, but because his face bore the echo of another, Vlad Dracula, Impaler of the East, the son who should never have lived, the heir hidden not in castles, but in cloisters. His tale is not written in the scrolls of the voivodes, nor the annals of war. It was carried instead by monks with shaking hands, by widows whose sons died of fevers after a stranger passed, and by old men who swore they saw Vlad himself walking again, only younger, gentler, and far more cursed. It began in the dying winter of 1476. Vlad III lay slain on the field, his head sent to the Sultan, but some whisper that he died not alone. A servant, loyal beyond sense, fled into the wild with a child wrapped in a blood-stained cloak, a boy no older than 3. The monks of Sehastria Monastery took them in under vow of silence. The servant died days later. The boy did not. They gave him no name, only prayer, scripture, and cold. He grew beneath candlelight and cloisters, speaking Latin before Wallachian, learning war from monks who once bore swords. He bled often, nose, gums, sometimes from the eyes. They called it divine penance. They called it grace. And still he grew. It was said he never saw the sun until his 12th year. And when he did, birds fell dead from the sky. The stories diverge after that. Some say he became a priest. Others claim he joined the boyars in secret, fighting under false names in border skirmishes. But wherever he went, sickness followed. One village in the Bistritza Valley recorded 7 deaths in one night. Children first, then mothers, after a traveler with grey eyes and a wound that wouldn't heal passed through. Their records simply marked, "Stranger bore the mark of the impaler." The mark, they said, was not carved in flesh, but cast in shadow. The peasants would whisper, when he looked into a mirror, it was not his reflection that stared back, but his father's. And worse, the face moved when he did not. His life became a ghost's march. He lived in monasteries that burned weeks after he left. He worked for nobles who died childless. The line he carried, if it was truly Vlad's, seemed cursed not by the devil, nor even by heaven, but by something more ancient. The forests of Wallachia themselves. They never forgave the impaler. They had grown drunk on blood, fed with impaled corpses and scorched roots. And when his son was born, they whispered again in the leaves. A second offering, perhaps, or a punishment prolonged. He married once. Her name has been lost, But a woodcut shows a woman in white, holding a child with black eyes and a crooked smile. The child too vanished. Some say stillborn. Others say the child laughed once and never again. Within a month, the mother hung herself from the chapel rafters with her veil. The line did not die, though it tried. A second son was born 2 decades later, this time in the town of Cotea de Argeș, where the old royal tombs still slept. The boy lived just long enough to speak his first word, mirror. Then silence. Fever took him by nightfall. His father, now grey and gaunt, stood watch for 3 days, unmoving, as if daring death to take him too. But death never did. The mirror prince grew older, but not old. His hair whitened, but his eyes stayed bright. He no longer cast reflections in clear water. Dogs barked at his scent. Monks refused him the Eucharist. One account from a German traveler in 1502 claims a pale noble with iron teeth met him at the edge of the Carpathians and offered him silver in exchange for the truth of his birth. The noble never returned. Some say he died in a monastery fire near Sinaia, too consumed to leave bones. Others say he wandered into the woods one winter and was never seen again. A final tale speaks of a cave, a hollowed tomb of stone and ivy, where a silver mirror hangs untouched by rust, and beneath it lies a throne carved from root and bone. The prince, they say, waits there still, not dead, not quite alive, listening, waiting for the world to forget his name, and still. The name Dracul lingers, carved into bark, whispers in the wind. It is not shouted anymore, but murmured with reverence and unease, not because of what Vlad did, but because of what he left behind. Even now, shepherds tell stories of hoofprints that lead nowhere, of children who speak Latin in their sleep, of mirrors that crack when touched by the wrong hand. No one dares test the old bloodlines. The last known descendant of the Draculish line died childless in 1683. But there are gaps in the records, ashes where pages should be. Some say that was the curse's final act, not to destroy the blood, but to erase it, to make sure no heir would ever know they bore it, that even if he walks today, the mirror prince walks alone. And perhaps that is the worst fate of all, not to be remembered as monster or martyr, but to be unclaimed. A soul stretched across centuries, searching for a name he was never allowed to keep. So if you ever feel watched in the Wallachian woods, if you see a flicker in the mirror where no one stands, if your breath turns cold and the trees seem to lean toward you, do not run, do not pray, walk slow, speak soft, and above all, do not ask his name. For if he answers, you may not forget it. And if you forget it, you may never remember yourself. They said the wind howled for 3 nights after she died. Not the soft kind that sighs through the rafters, but the deep, moaning kind that splits bark and rattles glass, a sound of bones grinding in the earth. They said the frost that came next cracked stone, that the bells of Moscow froze solid in their towers, that not even the wolves dared to howl. Her name was Anna Ivanovna, Tsarina of Russia, and the snow remembered her. Long before the blood-streaked twilight of the Romanovs, before the hemophiliac prince and the mad monk, there was a different madness, cold, deliberate, and cloaked in ermine. She ruled not by grace or brilliance, but by the sheer density of dread. Her court was a stage of strange rituals and cruel entertainments, where power hung like icicles from chandeliers, and fear was the only currency that never devalued. She built an ice palace once, not a metaphor, a palace, real and immense, crafted entirely from blocks of frozen water drawn from the Navarre River. It shimmered like a tomb under the pale sky, a glittering mausoleum in which no fire was allowed to burn. For her amusement, she had the palace made habitable. Barely. A feather bed carved from ice, dishes of crystallized water, an icy marriage bed adorned with frozen roses. And into this impossible, frigid monument she sent her jesters. Not the clowns you'd imagine. One was a towering man, massive in stature, stooped and silent, his tongue long since cut for a forgotten insult. Known only as the Giant, his body bore the weight of ridicule like snow on a roof beam. The other was a woman, cruelly deformed, her limbs twisted from birth, her voice bird-like and shrill. She'd once been a kitchen maid before Anna raised her up, only to mark her fall anew. Anna married them, forced them into a grotesque parody of matrimony. She dressed them in wedding clothes, painted their faces like dolls, and paraded them through Moscow in a cage drawn by white bears. The courtiers were summoned, forced to toast to the happy couple with frozen champagne, while Anna laughed, louder than the bells of any cathedral. And when the ceremony ended, she locked the pair into the ice palace, alone together in their prison of frost. They say the Giant did not cry, nor did he speak, only stood beside his bride in the dark, the heat of their bodies slowly leaching into the walls until the silence hummed like a hymn of despair. Outside, the nobility trembled. This was no isolated cruelty. It was a pattern. Ministers vanished overnight. Servants were beaten for stammering. A general once dared to ask for mercy for a weeping widow. The next day, he was found hanging upside down from the palace gates, his eyes pecked out by the crows Anna kept fed. Another noblewoman tried to flee to Austria. She was returned gagged in velvet robes and made to dance barefoot on ice until her soul's bled red trails. Whispers grew like frost on windows. They said Anna spoke to the dead, that she had mirrors covered because they mocked her in whispers. That sometimes she wandered the corridors barefoot, trailing blood from her palms, where she'd clawed herself in some secret ecstasy. One chambermaid swore she saw the Tsarina kissing the lifeless mouth of a mummified infant in the chapel, cooing lullabies in a language long forgotten. She ruled in this way for 10 years, 10 years of chill breath and unseen screams. Her power was absolute, unchecked by church or conscience. And the land remembered. Crops failed, livestock miscarried. Entire villages vanished beneath drifts of snow. A priest once wrote in his journal that Russia has become a glass coffin and the devil is our bride. But all things break, even ice. In the final winter of her life, Anna fell ill, not dramatically, not with the operatic collapse of kings, but with a slow rot, a creeping blackness in the kidneys. Her flesh grew grey and bloated, her eyes yellowed like candle wax. Still, she clung to her throne, dragging herself to court in silks soaked with urine and perfume. Her laughter rang louder, more frantic. The jesters were never seen again. Some say the Giant vanished into the white forests. Others say he died in the palace, curled around his bride, their bodies frozen in an embrace no warmth could thaw. When Anna finally died, the news did not travel fast. It crawled, like something ashamed. The church bells remained silent. The streets of Moscow turned white as bone, as if the sky itself wished to scrub away memory. For 3 days, a storm raged. Icicles the length of spears shattered against rooftops. Ravens fell from the sky, stiff and silent. The priests buried her in haste. No eulogy, no pageantry, just earth and ice, and the quick whisper of a name no one would repeat. And then the stories began, that the frost had been her soul, that cruelty, once birthed, never dies, it merely changes form, that somewhere deep beneath the palaces of Russia, the giant still breathes, waiting in silence, dreaming of a reckoning. It was said that every winter storm that battered the imperial court was his weeping, that the line of Romanovs, drunk on blood and doomed by arrogance, carried her curse like a hidden bruise beneath royal robes, and in the end, they did fall, dragged into cellars, shot beside peeling wallpaper and broken toys, not in glory, but in silence. The ice had finally cracked, and in the cold, somewhere, something laughed. So when snow falls heavy upon old Moscow, and the wind begins to sing through alleyways with a voice not quite human, listen carefully. It may not be the wind at all. It may be memory or vengeance. It may be the giant whispering through time. Cruelty never dies. It only freezes and waits. She walks still, they say, beneath the moon-chilled branches of Castile's winter trees, her veil heavy with dust, her eyes hollow with longing. Juana, the silent queen, the broken bride, the mad ghost of Spain. Her story is not written in ink alone, but in candle wax and coffin wood, in the scent of wilted roses clutched too long, and in the silence between church bells that refuse to mourn. She was born with a crown pressed into her fate. Juana, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, heiress to a mighty realm carved by conquest and fire. But her heart, fragile as spun glass, was made not for thrones nor treaties, but for the heat of another's breath, the feel of lips warm against her palm. And when she saw him, Philip, they called him the Handsome, her soul ignited like parchment catching flame. He was golden, glimmering like the carved angels in cathedral ceilings. And she loved him with a hunger no scripture could tame. They said she watched him as he slept, fingers tracing the outline of his collarbone, as if memorizing the architecture of her devotion. They whispered that she burned with jealousy when other women so much as laughed in his presence. But who could fault her? For to her, he was no mortal prince. He was sunlight made flesh, and when that light died, her world turned to ash. He died young, sudden, leaving her cradling not a man, but a shell, a prince in a casket. They begged her to bury him. The priests brought incense and hymns, and still she refused. The coffin stayed open. She kissed his cold lips with trembling ones. She spoke to him by moonlight. She pressed her ear to his chest, hoping for the tremor of a forgotten heartbeat. He had gone, but she would not let go. Night after night, she traveled, her entourage a parade of flickering torches and tear-choked courtiers, moving from monastery to monastery across the chill plains of Castile. They rode in silence behind her, the coffin always at her side like a grotesque bridal litter. She wore black and would not change. Her children watched her from behind heavy doors. Servants crossed themselves and wept. Still, she would open the lid. Still, she would speak to him as though he might answer. Once, they say, a monk dared to whisper that decay had taken him. Juana turned, eyes ablaze, and ordered that none should speak of rot, of flesh, of the stench they all smelled but dared not name. In her mind, he was not dead, only waiting. Perhaps enchanted, perhaps punished, perhaps even watching her through closed lids, grateful she had not abandoned him to the worms. They called her loca, mad. But madness is a word the world often gives to grief it cannot understand. Some said she had been cursed by saints, offended by her pride and passion, Others believed a Moorish charm, left buried in her bridal linens, had split her mind like cracked porcelain. But there are those who say she was never mad at all, only human, only mourning. And mourning, when stretched beyond the wide confines of days and rituals, begins to look like something monstrous to those who've never loved that deeply. Years passed. She would not part from the coffin, not even when they locked her behind the stone walls of Tordesillas, that damp and echoing palace prison where time moved like mist. The guards watched her whisper to the corpse, her hair unbound, her eyes rimmed with red moons of sleeplessness. Her daughter Catalina came once and wept, kneeling before a mother who no longer saw the living. Spain crowned others, her father again, then her son Charles, the emperor of a world she would never rule. The throne passed, the world turned. But Juana remained, pacing halls that smelled of old wax and mildew, the coffin beside her, sometimes closed, sometimes opened, depending on her mood or the phase of the moon. Once, in winter, a servant found her asleep on the cold stones beside it, her hand frozen in his. They tried to take it from her once. It took 6 men and ended in blood and screaming. After that, they let her be. In her old age, she spoke little, only to the dead, to Philip, to shadows. Her voice was slow and soft, like the rustle of funeral veils. She asked if he still dreamed, if he remembered the orange trees in Granada, if he had ever truly loved her. There was no answer. They say on the night she died, the wind stopped, that even the crows on the towers fell silent. The coffin was still there, though the wood had long blackened with damp. She lay beside it, as she always had, one hand resting lightly on the lid. And when the priests came to close her eyes, they found the faint trace of a smile. What is grief but love with nowhere to go? What is madness, if not refusing to abandon the thing you gave your soul to? Juana's legend lingers not because she ruled, but because she didn't. Not because she won battles, but because she lost everything and still clung to it with the ferocity of saints. In a world that asked her to let go, she held on. In a court that demanded duty, she gave only devotion. In the silence that followed every prayer, she spoke only to the one who would never answer. Even now, they say, the wind over Castile carries her name in a hush. Juana, not mad, not broken, just a woman who loved too much, too deeply, too long, and in that love became eternal. They say the old emperors never die. They ferment in myth, preserved like wine in amphorae beneath the soil of memory. But some names do not merely linger. They haunt, they hiss like smoke through the cracks of forgotten altars. One such name is Tiberius, the second emperor of Rome, the one who turned his back on marble palaces and senators' games, and instead vanished into the cliffs of Capri and into something darker. It began, they whisper, with silence. Not the silence of peace, but the kind that gathers in a room where a murder has just occurred and no one dares breathe. Tiberius ruled not from the Senate, but from the Villa Jovis, his jagged throne high above the Tyrrhenian Sea, where white walls burned in the sun and shadows crawled like spiders through the halls. He surrounded himself not with friends, but with astrologers who read fate in blood, with seers who spoke in riddles, and with eunuch guards who never blinked. He no longer trusted Rome, nor his kin, nor the gods. At night, torches danced along the cliffs like funeral processions. Behind closed doors, rituals unfolded. Strange tongues uttered beneath painted ceilings. Unfamiliar gods scratched into bronze plates and tucked behind altars no Roman had ever consecrated. The stars shifted. The moon grew thin. Tiberius hoarded. Gold, yes, but not Roman gold. His vault beneath the villa was more shrine than treasury. There were coins there with no emperor's face, only the vacant gaze of creatures no longer named. Serpents with human eyes, lions with wings, and crowned figures with inverted torches and weeping mouths. They say the coins were Etruscan. Others say older. Older than the gods of Olympus, older than Rome's wolf-nursed myth. Some believe they came from a time before temples, before language, when gods were not prayed to, only appeased. These coins were round as suns and heavy with a heat that did not fade. No emperor dared touch them, until Tiberius died. He died as he lived, away from Rome, wrapped in suspicion. Some say he was smothered by Caligula himself. Others say he simply stopped breathing one day, as if whatever soul he had finally slipped through the cracks of Capri's stone. The vault was found days later by his successor, or perhaps plundered is the better word. The guards who opened it did not speak for long. Their tongues swelled, their eyes bled, and they fell into trances. But Caligula took the gold. He took the strange coins too, and laughed as he flung them into fountains. He offered them as payment to dancers and prophets. He had amulets forged from them and wore them to bed. Within a year, his blood stained the marble halls of Rome. Murdered, but not forgotten. Then came Nero. He too found Tiberius's vault, or perhaps just what remained of it. He too pocketed a coin, a single one kept on a chain about his neck like a charm. He claimed it made him dream in flames, in colors that did not exist. He composed music to please whatever god sat on that ancient disc. Rome burned, and Nero watched, plucking strings, whispering to the fire. He died with the coin in his hand. Jaw shattered, eyes blank. Galba followed, stooped and cautious, declaring himself cleansed of madness. But he kept one of the coins, sealed in an urn in his chambers. His advisors begged him to cast it into the Tiber. He refused. It vanished the day before he did, murdered in the Forum, entrails steaming in the morning sun. The vault was sealed after that, not with stone, with lead, with curses scratched into tablets, buried at each corner. Priests, old ones, from forgotten hill tribes, were called to chant beneath a moonless sky. The gold was declared untouchable, the coins unspeakable. But myths are stubborn. They ferment. A single coin survives. It is said to rest in the depths of the Vatican Museum, housed not in the gold wing, but far beneath, behind 3 locked doors and a corridor hung with veils. The coin is not labeled. It is not on display. Its face does not bear Latin. It bears something else. Symbols etched so deep into the metal, they seem to pulse in candlelight. Scholars have traced it. But the lines change. What once was a god becomes a beast. What once was a sigil becomes an eye. The curators keep their distance. Guards avoid the hallway. No one sleeps within 50 feet of it. Not anymore. Once, a young novice tried to steal it. She vanished. Once, a researcher copied its markings and died in his study, mouth full of ink. And yet the coin remains, cold, unaged, untamed. Its surface reflects not your face, but something beneath it, something older than your blood. Some say it was never Tiberius's coin to begin with, that he was merely the last to hear it call, that the gods he feared were not foreign but buried beneath Rome, beneath myth, beneath the very stones of the world, that every empire has its price, and that Tiberius, reclusive, whispering in the darkness, simply paid his in full. Now the coin waits, silent, heavy, not cursed perhaps, but patient. And in the still hours of night, beneath the echoing halls of the museum, the guards sometimes hear a soft metallic clink, like a coin shifting on stone, waiting for the next emperor to listen. He returned like a shadow, reclaimed by dusk, not with triumph, but with the silent tread of a man who had outlived his childhood and now came to rule the place that once exiled him. James Stuart, the son of a murdered king, had spent 18 winters in the soft imprisonment of English courts, where danger wore perfume and betrayal smiled with courtesy. But now, in the waning light of February 1424, he rode northward. Scotland, stone-hearted, splintered, smouldering, awaited a king. The land he returned to was not a throne, but a battlefield in disguise. The highlands whispered clan feuds in the wind, while the lowlands seethed with ambition, hidden behind wax seals and family crests. The nobles had grown fat and bold in his absence, feasting on crown lands and hoarding loyalty like coin. James, though bred among English civility, bore a cold fire within, a furnace of reform, justice, and retribution. He came not to share power, but to reclaim it in full. And the court, once a nest of serpents, was shaken. His queen, Joan Beaufort, watched from behind her veil as her husband cut down corruption like wheat before the scythe. A storm of royal authority lashed the Scottish barons. Land was seized, taxes tightened, and the ancient privileges of kinship were torn from the pages of tradition. The king wrote new laws by candlelight, the ink as dark as the veins in his hands. He summoned the proudest lords to court and left them broken, imprisoned, or dead. But justice has its price, and ghosts do not sleep through the sound of chains. It was in the final winter of his life that the seer arrived. Old as the pines, hooded in silence, with eyes like burnt snow. No one saw her come, yet she stood suddenly before the royal gate in Perth. Her voice was a hush of cold wind. Beware the Black Friar and the Red Knight. The court laughed. The king laughed louder. Prophecies were for beggars and old wives. Yet Joan, his queen, grew pale. She had dreamt of shadows crawling from wells, of blood seeping through stone. But James would not be moved by dreams. He dismissed the warning and rode to his chambers in Blackfriars Monastery, where firelight danced on stone and the air smelled of damp history. What followed was not a night, but an omen made flesh. On the eve of February 20th, 1437, the moon sank behind clouds like a dying eye. The monastery corridors were swallowed in silence. Guards had been sent away, a curious order from within. Below the king's chamber, the old sewer grate, a rusted maw from another century, was found unbolted. Through that grave mouth, they came. They moved like shadows given purpose. 30 men, blades wrapped in cloth, breath held, feet bare against the stone. At their head, Sir Robert Graham, once a lord, now a revenant of vengeance. He believed James had broken the sacred contract between crown and nobility. He believed he carried justice, but his justice wore the mask of murder. They reached the king's chamber as the fire sputtered its last light. James, half-dressed, stood barefoot on the cold flagstone. He had ripped up the floorboards days earlier in a fit of renovation. Beneath them, the old sewer tunnel yawned, its mouth gaping like fate itself. He tried to flee into it, but it was too late. The assassins poured in like black water. The queen screamed. They struck him once, twice, then again. 16 wounds. Some said it was 20. Others swore each wound was a word from an ancient curse, long forgotten by all but the earth beneath them. The king's blood ran down the cracks in the stone, pooling in silence, dark as spilled ink. His final breath rattled the frost on the window panes. Joan threw herself upon his body. The assassins fled into the night, but the Black Friar had come. In the days that followed, the monastery was sealed, the chamber never used again. The scent of blood lingered for years. No fire could drive it out. And from that day onward, the name James carried a quiet doom. Every Scottish king named James would wear that shadow like a cloak stitched to his skin. James II, his son, would rule with iron and die from the explosion of his own cannon. James III would be murdered by his own subjects, a dagger buried between kin and crown. James IV rode into England under the banner of righteousness and was crushed at Flodden Field, his body left to rot beneath foreign sky. James V died of a broken heart after losing his army at Solway Moss, whispering, "It came we alas, and it will gang will alas." And James VI, though he escaped death, would trade Scotland for England, crown for silence, his soul for smoke and mirrors. Even he, last of the Jameses, grew paranoid, haunted by witches and whispers, by spectres in the dark. They say the Black Friar never truly left. Witnesses across centuries have glimpsed him in old castles, hooded, silent, walking just behind kings who bear the name James. He appears before ruin, before betrayal. He passes through stone walls as if time itself remembers the omen. And always, the night is red. Some claim he was the spirit of one of the assassins, cursed to walk forever. Others say he is the last breath of James I, unwilling to pass beyond until vengeance completes its circle. But those who've seen him never speak above a whisper, for the friar listens. The Queen, Joan Beaufort, never remarried. She wore mourning like armor and spent her last years in quiet vengeance, hunting her husband's killers. Some she captured, others were betrayed by their own allies. Graham himself was tortured for days, his body flayed in pieces. But no amount of blood restored the king. No amount of justice stilled the echo. And so the prophecy became law, not one written in ink or edict, but in fate. Beware the Black Friar and the Red Knight. History buried it in pages, but the stones remember. In Perth, beneath the ruins of the old monastery, the air turns colder than it should. Wind whistles through the old sewer grate, though it has long since been sealed. And on some winter nights, just before midnight, they say you can hear the Queen's scream echo once more. The sound not of horror, but of a soul watching the man she loved be unmade, not by fate, but by prophecy. A kingdom ruled by ghosts is no kingdom at all, but Scotland remembers. And when a child is born and christened James, the air in the room chills slightly. Candles flicker without wind, and someone, perhaps, recalls the old warning. Not allowed, never allowed. The Black Friar waits, and the blood of kings still stains the stone. The golden skull was said to whisper only in the dead of night. In the heart of the Ashanti kingdom, beneath a sky of ink and dust, Queen Mother Aqua Kodua walked barefoot across the earthen courtyard of Kumasi. Her robes, crimson as spilled wine, trailed behind her like blood remembering a wound. The silence of the compound was not empty. It breathed. Somewhere unseen, the ancestors stirred. It was said Aqua Kodua did not blink when she spoke to the spirits. Her voice, low and thick with meaning, could crack a man's courage in half. For she was not merely mother to kings. She was the vessel of memory, the bone keeper, the silent flame that had burned through the veins of Ashanti queens for centuries. In her possession was an object older than any sword, more feared than any musket, a skull forged not of bone, but of pure gold. It was smooth and warm, as though it still pulsed with life. No one carved it, they said. It appeared one dawn on the royal stool, weeping a single trail of red. And from then on, it spoke only to queen mothers. By day, it was hidden in a woven basket, lined with black silk. But at night, when the moon stood like a silent sentinel over the kingdom, Aqua Kodua would kneel before it. Her lips never moved, but her eyes would glisten. And by morning, her orders would change the shape of dynasties. Those who served her claimed to hear laughter coming from the inner chamber where the skull was kept. Not joyful, but ancient and cracked, like a god who'd forgotten how to cry. Others claimed the skull bled when touched by the wrong hands. Some whispered it was not a relic at all, but a soul trapped in gold, cursed to serve the matrilineal line for eternity. But what is sacred invites the gaze of empire. When the British came, they came not as visitors, but as a storm with laws instead of rain. They called it diplomacy. They spoke of treaties with silver tongues and ink-stained fingers. They saw thrones and treasures. They did not see the skull. Not at first, but curiosity in foreign hearts is a flame that does not sleep. One night, under the pretense of tribute inspection, the soldiers entered the sacred quarters. Queen Aqua stood alone at the threshold. She did not move. She did not raise a spear. She simply held her gaze until the tallest among them, a young lieutenant with blue eyes and trembling hands, stepped inside. He emerged moments later, screaming in a language none understood. His skin had paled, as though the marrow had fled from his bones. He would never speak again. His tongue rotted from his mouth within days. The golden skull had marked him. The British retreated from that place for a while. Then came the exile. They took her son, the shadow heir, as he was called in whispers. Born beneath an eclipse and crowned by silence, he was meant to inherit not only the throne, but the whispers of the skull. Aqua Kodua's voice broke for the first time in her life when they dragged him from the palace. Her scream, they say, split the silk canopy above the king's stool. The sky wept for 3 days without pause. The golden skull vanished the night he left. Some say it was stolen by soldiers, smuggled away in a cart of looted bronze and ivory. Others say Aqua Kodua cast it into the sacred river herself to keep it from desecration. But those closest to her believed something more terrible, that the skull walked away, that it grew legs of molten gold and left the palace under its own sorrowful will. In the years that followed, the Ashanti dynasty weakened. Kings still sat upon carved thrones, wrapped in cloths woven with history, but their dreams turned hollow. They married, but their wives bore no children. Sons were born only to vanish in infancy. The line frayed like cloth, left too long in sun and wind. Queen mothers no longer heard the whispers at night. Rituals were performed, but the air grew still, unmoved. Aqua Kodua lived long enough to watch her kingdom forget how to listen. She spoke less in her final years. Some claimed she wandered the hills outside Kumasi in moonless hours, singing lullabies to the trees. Others saw her kneel before empty baskets, her palms upturned, waiting, always waiting. When she died, her burial was unlike any other. There was no drumbeat, no mournful wail, only silence. They laid her beneath the oldest tree in the royal grove. Some say her final breath carried a single word: return. To this day, hunters comb the earth for the golden skull. They come with maps, metal detectors, and greed in their hearts. Most find nothing. A few return with stories of temples that hum beneath the soil, of caves that echo without wind, of voices that call their names in the dark. One man claimed he found the skull in the highlands, nestled in moss. He said it blinked. He said it bled. He said he buried it again, too afraid to carry it home. No proof. Only trembling hands and sleepless eyes. In Kumasi, the Ashanti still speak the name of Akwa Kodua in low tones, especially when the moon is full and the air carries the scent of rain. Mothers warn their children, do not chase gold in the forest. It might look back. And the queen mothers? They sit in council still, draped in the weight of memory. But the wind does not answer. The basket remains empty. The lion, though proud, walks with a limp. An echo of power, a shadow of fire. They say the skull must return, that until it does, the dynasty is cursed to drift, like a drum with no skin, like a story missing its last word. In the stillness of midnight, if you stand by the sacred grove and listen closely, you might hear her voice. Not a scream, not a command, just a whisper, soft as ash falling on cloth. Return. They say the gods walked among men once, crowned in fur and fire, leaving behind a brood with blood half divine and half wolf. In the mists of Gaul, long before France had a name, such blood built thrones, not of gold or iron, but of teeth, canines of the vanquished, molars yanked from the mouths of rivals, crowns gnawed into shape by legend and lunacy. And so began the tale of the Merovingians, the long-haired kings, descended not from men, but from a bestial god, whose lust left the first queen with a child and a curse. Their hair flowed down their backs like rivers of ink, never cut, never tamed. To shear it was treason. To see it unbraided was to glimpse a relic of sacred power. But in time, the braids loosened, the blood thinned, and the throne began to rot. In the year 679, in a forest dense with frost and silence, Dagobert II rode alone, though he was king. The trees groaned beneath their own weight, whispering to each other like monks in confession. Somewhere ahead, a stag flickered through the clearing like a ghostly lure. He followed, a fatal mistake. When they found his body, the snow was no longer white. His jaw had been broken, twisted at an unnatural angle. Teeth littered the frozen moss like pebbles in a streambed. His crown lay beside him, dented, its golden edge stained dark. No courtier wept. No priest spoke his name above a whisper. They buried him in haste, as though the earth itself would protest. And yet his tomb still whispers, they say. In Saint-Denis, if one listens by candlelight, the stone murmurs through its cracks. Chilperic I, they called the Nero of the Franks, ruled not with wisdom, but with suspicion. His eyes were sharp as razors, always watching, always doubting. His wife, Fredegund, was no queen, but a blade wrapped in silk. She poisoned her rivals like a serpent strikes, silent, coiled, patient. Priests fell during mass, choking on blood. Children vanished from cradles. One by one, her stepsons were found lifeless, blue-lipped in their sleep. Strangled, the midwives said, though none could explain the faint scent of bitter almonds that lingered in their chambers. The court learned to speak in whispers. Mirrors were covered. Doors bolted from within. It was said the throne room itself grew colder when Fredegund entered, and that the torches dimmed, as if the flame feared her presence. When Chilperic was found dead, stabbed between the ribs while bathing, few dared to ask why she did not mourn. Time passed, but the rot deepened. Kings came and went, each one paler than the last. They no longer ruled, but were ruled, fat, mute, and vacant-eyed. Childeric III, the final heir, wore the crown like a drunk wears shame. His tongue was too slow for speech, his thoughts too sluggish for command. He drifted through the halls of his palace like a ghost who had forgotten his death. Some say he was seen muttering to shadows or kissing the skulls of long-dead saints. Once, when the court physician opened a barrel of wine, he found one of the king's cousins within, limbs bloated, eyes wide in eternal surprise. They sealed the barrel again and burned it. In the final days, the Merovingians were led into battle in ox-drawn carts, silent and slack-jawed, while mayors and stewards whispered commands in their stead. Power had passed from blood to breath, from sacred lineage to whispered counsel. The kings remained as symbols only, relics propped up on silk pillows, their mouths stuffed with honey-soaked cloth to preserve the illusion of life. Their eyes were glazed marbles, their thrones chewed to splinters by time and termites. When the Carolingians rose, they did not war with sword, but with ritual. They sheared the last king's hair. With a blade of consecrated silver, they cut the sacred braid, watched it fall like a fallen comet, and the dynasty fell with it. No crown was needed to seal the end, just silence. In the Abbey of Saint-Denis, among the sarcophagi of kings, there lies a skull, small, pale, incomplete. The jaw is shattered, the teeth are missing, some were taken for relics, worn on chains by fanatics who believed chewing them could bring visions. Others were swallowed by the soil. The rest, perhaps they adorn the throne still, wherever it now lies. Some monks claim that on winter nights, when the wind cuts through the cathedral like a sharpened prayer, the skull hums, not with words, but with regret, as if the bones remember, as if they still feel the bite of betrayal, the slow suffocation of power slipping like sand between clawed fingers. No chronicles speak of redemption, no legend ends in glory. The Merovingians vanished not with fire or fury, but with a long wheezing sigh. The gods who sired them withdrew their blessing. The beast blood turned to milk. The throne of teeth crumbled. Yet in the dark, something lingers. A curl of hair preserved in wax, a broken jaw behind glass, a name whispered by dying candles, and a story of kings born from beasts who ruled like specters and died like whispers, their kingdom forgotten, their thrones devoured. The silence remains.